right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Please have a seat. And then you can move that microphone up to your mouth so the jury can hear you. It's easier to do that than try to move the chair. And if you could tell us your full name and spell the last, please.
Trenton Stermer, Stermer.
Thank you, Ms. Siderveen.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Trenton. How are you?
Doing all right.
How did you know Todd Stermer?
He was my father.
And how do you know Linda Stermer?
That would be my mother.
And at the time of the fire on January 7th of 2007, were you living with your father and Linda?
Yes.
How old would you have been at that time?
12.
Who lived in the house with you at that time?
My two brothers, Corey and Trevor. Linda, my father.
Can you describe the house that you were living in at the time of the fire? Was it completely finished?
No, not completely finished. Had quite a bit of work done to it. I mean, it was getting there.
Had walls?
Had walls.
All painted?
We had just started painting a lot of the walls, yeah.
Did you have carpet?
I don't remember having too much carpet. I think we had some area rugs in various places.
And where did you sleep?
In the basement.
Was the basement finished?
Not entirely.
Did you have walls there?
We did have walls, yes.
How about ceiling?
We had just finished the ceiling in my bedroom. It's kind of a drop ceiling.
Did you have carpet in there, or was it area rugs?
I think it was probably rugs maybe.
Do you remember the night before the fire?
Not particularly.
Anything strike you that you remember?
Arguing.
Who was arguing?
My father and Linda.
Do you recall what they were arguing about?
Not at that time. I wasn't aware.
Do you just remember the arguing the night before, or had it been going on?
It had been going on leading up to that night, yeah.
Did you ever see your dad and Linda get physical with each other?
No.
Ever see any injuries on Linda?
No, never.
Do you remember if Linda came down to the basement the night before the fire?
No.
And that was a bad question, I'm sorry. Do you remember, or did she come down or not come down?
I don't believe she came down, no.
Did she ever come down and sit on the basement couch with you and your brothers?
The night before?
The night before.
No, not that I recall.
So she didn't cuddle with you on the basement couch?
No.
Do you recall if she slept on the basement couch that night?
I definitely don't think she did.
Had your dad worked on the furnace that night that you know of?
No.
How about the day before?
Not that I recall.
Where was your bedroom in relation to the furnace room?
Directly next to it?
Did you share a wall?
Yes.
And you didn't hear him in there working on the furnace at night?
No.
Had your dad and Linda talked about divorce at all?
Yes.
Do you recall how much or how often they had talked about divorce?
Leading up to that, there was talk of them separating and who I'd like to go with.
Who asked you that?
My father?
Just asking where you wanted to live.
Yeah.
Had Linda said anything to you about divorce prior to the fire?
Not that I recall.
Do you recall the morning of the fire?
Vaguely, yes.
Do you remember what happened when you woke up?
Just told that we were going to the mall, going to the movies.
Did somebody wake you up?
Not that I remember.
Who told you were going to the movies?
I think my brother Corey.
Did you have your own room, or did one of your brothers sleep in your room?
I had my own room.
Did Linda tell you why you were going to the movies?
Foundation. I thought I said Corey.
Corey woke him up.
I think he's, I'll
I
let you
think he didn't recall, yes.
re-ask, because I think Mr. Mueller's correct on that.
Okay, I can ask the question a different way. Before you left, did Linda tell you anything about what was happening?
When we went upstairs, I believe she told us that they were working out the details of getting divorced.
Did she say anything about her moving or leaving?
She said something about her going to stay with her sister-in-law, Kim, maybe.
So you said you went upstairs, so you did not go out the basement?
No, definitely not.
So you went upstairs.
Yes.
When you went upstairs, did you see your father?
I did for a second.
Where was he?
Sitting in his chair, I believe.
And the chair was where?
In the living room.
Did you see his face?
I did, yes.
And was he awake? Was he sleeping?
Seemed like he was sleeping, potentially.
Were you able to say goodbye to your dad?
No.
Why?
We were kind of shooed out of the house.
Shoot out by who?
Linda.
Did anyone try to go over and say goodbye to your dad?
I did, yes.
What happened when you tried to go say goodbye?
She stopped me.
How did she stop you?
Put her arm out and pulled me back towards the front door.
What was common practice in your house regarding saying goodbye?
Always goodbye, love you, hug, kiss.
And you were not able to do that day, were you?
No.
Did Linda tell you anything about your father that morning?
No.
About why you couldn't say goodbye?
No, not that I recall.
Was it common practice at your house for Linda and your dad to leave purses, wallets, and keys in the vehicles?
I don't remember.
Do you remember what vehicle you and your brothers took to the movies?
Took the Blazer.
Do you remember who drove?
Corey.
Do you remember if you had a full tank of gas?
I don't remember that.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that answer.
I don't remember.
Thank you.
Do you recall moving anything out of the vehicle? Do you recall Linda moving anything out of the Blazer before you left?
I didn't see her get into the vehicle before we left.
She didn't tell you to wait while she took her purse out?
No, not that I remember.
Sustained.
Did she tell you to wait while she took anything out of the vehicle?
Not that I recall.
So where did you go when you left the house?
We went to the mall in Portage, and then to the movies theater, which is right next to the mall.
How'd you find out about the fire?
Corey's friend Steven called while we were in the movie and told us that the house was on fire.
What'd you do?
We looked at each other and thought that he was kidding.
Did you call back?
We did call back,
And then what did you do?
and we were kind of in a little. I was in shock a little bit, like, is this for real? And then we decided to leave and head home.
Did you go back to your house?
Yes.
What'd you see when you got there?
Smoke, police vehicles, fire truck maybe. I'm not sure exactly.
Were you able to go up to the house?
No.
Do you remember where you stayed that night?
Well, we went to the Masalis next door. And I believe we stayed at my grandmother's that night.
Would that be, is her name Sandy?
Sandra, yes.
Was that in her one-bedroom apartment?
I believe so, yeah.
Did you talk to Linda that night?
Did, yes. She came to the Masalis at some point. And yeah, it was hysterical. I don't remember necessarily talking to her, but saw her. And
Did she stay at your grandma Sandy's that night?
I don't recall.
You don't remember talking? Do you remember talking to her at all at Grandma Sandy's?
No.
Did you have pets at the time of the fire?
Yes.
What pets did you have?
We had a dog, Buddy. Can't remember if we had another dog, a chocolate lab, or not at that time. You know, the one dog had recently passed.
Did you have a cat?
No,
You didn't have any cats?
I don't believe we had any cats at that house.
Did your dad or Linda ask you to move any framed school pictures into the shed before the fire?
Not that I recall, no.
Do you recall where pictures were stored in your house?
No, not really.
Do you guys have gas cans at your house?
Yes.
And where were those stored?
Would have been stored at either the shed in the back of the house or off of the lean-to barn that we had, where the tractor was. And
Was the lean-to barn in the backyard?
no, that was off to the side in the field.
So if you're looking at the house, standing in the driveway looking at the front of the house, was it to the left or to the right?
To the left.
Was it common to leave gas cans in the yard?
No.
Was it common for a gas can to be in the front yard?
No.
Did you have a snow blower at that time?
No.
Did you have a working lawnmower at that time?
I believe so, yeah.
Any reason why a gas can would be in the front yard in January?
I'll sustain that as to speculation.
Did you ever see a gas can in the front yard in the wintertime?
No.
You mentioned there was a tractor in the backyard, is that correct?
The tractor would have been off in the field and left the house.
How big of a tractor was that?
It's a pretty large tractor.
Did anyone take cars into the backyard at that home?
Yes, but not at that time of the year
When would you have taken cars into the backyard?
when the ground was dry.
So would you take the cars back there in the winter?
No.
Why would a car go in the backyard in the summer?
We would pull the cars down there. You'd drive back down the driveway and into the back fields sometimes.
Into the back fields?
Yeah,
But that was in the summer?
yeah.
So around the time of the fire, were you aware of anyone driving into the backyard?
No.
Do you recall smoke detectors in your house?
Yes.
And do you recall, let me ask you this way, were they in every room?
I don't know if they were in every room, but they were definitely throughout the house.
Are you aware if they were working or not?
As far as I was aware, they were working, beeping.
Did you ever hear them going off?
Going off, we'd change the battery at times so that the beep test would go off.
Did Linda tell you what happened when you talked after the fire?
Yeah, she gave a few different stories over the next 2 years.
Different stories? Do you recall how they were different?
Just what she did, where she went, changed.
How did they change?
At one point she said that she went upstairs and she saw a fire and couldn't see anything, and I think she said that she couldn't make it up the stairs at one point, and that there's too much smoke or there's fire already before that. And where she went out of the house seemed to change.
What did she tell you on where she left the house?
At one point she said that she went back downstairs and went outside the back door, and I feel like at a different point she said that she went out the front door. But at any time that I would ask, she would get either hysterical or angry and would attack me at times.
So when you asked her about the differences in the story, is that when she attacked you?
Yeah.
Tell me about that.
A few different occasions. She driving once, she I think pulled over and started smacking me or something, and another occasion she just flat out attacked me and gave me a bloody nose and pushed me into the bathroom. Another occasion, she told Trevor to beat me up if I kept asking questions about it.
So all of these times you've just described were related to you asking why her story was different?
And what happened and how it was that my father didn't make it out.
After the fire, did Linda ever tell you what to say to police officers, insurance agents, or anyone else that you were talking to?
She did.
What'd she tell you?
I don't recall exactly. Before the first trial, I remember her, before sitting down, being deposed or whatever, she told me to just tell him that if I didn't, that I didn't remember on certain questions.
So she told you which questions to not remember?
I don't recall exactly.
But you recall her saying you recall her saying to say you didn't remember.
Right.
Did she say what would happen if you didn't do what she said?
That we wouldn't get the insurance, wouldn't get our things back.
Wouldn't get your things back?
Right.
But you made out a list of everything you lost?
Right.
Were those the things she was referring to?
Yes.
Prior to the fire, did she say anything concerning to you about your dad?
Prior to the fire?
Yes.
Yes. At one point, she had came downstairs and sat on my bed and said, wouldn't it be better if he was dead?
Welcome back, jury. I have an instruction for you, jury. You are to, I'm striking the last question and answer provided in the case before you went to the jury room. You are not to consider it in any way, and it must not affect your deliberations or verdict in any way. Thank you. And Ms. Zeiderby?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
You were living with Linda then at the time of the fire, correct?
Correct.
And you continued to live with her then for several years after that?
Unfortunately, yes.
Yes or no answer?
I'll allow it. Overruled.
After the fire, did Linda tell you anything about buying life insurance after the fire?
Not that I recall.
Okay. At the time that you were interviewed by insurance and by the police and in prior testimony, were you still dependent upon Linda?
Yes.
I have no further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Stermer. I'm going to ask you some questions today, just to kind of clear up a few things, to clarify some things based on what you've said in the past, okay? If I ask you these questions, I know it's difficult. I'm not just trying to do my job, okay? I hope you understand that.
Sure.
You said that, well, first, can we agree it's now 2025? The fire happened 18 years ago. You've given some testimony and some statements under oath in the years since. Can we agree that you probably had a better memory back in 2007, 2008, 2009, 2010 than you do now 15 years ago about a lot of the details?
No, I would disagree with that.
You would disagree with that?
Yes.
Do you think your memory is as good or better now?
Yes.
Why do you think that?
I was in pretty much a daze back then in the first trial, and I was kind of being manipulated by Linda at that time.
You did know what taking an oath meant, right?
Yes.
And swearing to tell the truth,
Yeah.
and the penalties if you don't tell the truth.
Right.
When you testified, you gave testimony to an insurance lawyer, and you were under oath. In fact, you were asked, do you understand what an oath was? You remember that?
I honestly don't remember the first trial hardly at all.
You don't remember the first trial, but you remember all these details 18 years later?
Yeah, some of those details are ingrained in my memory.
Are you on any kind of medication that makes your memory better?
No.
Or anything that makes your memory better?
No.
Back then, when you were testifying in the trial, you were living with Grandma Stermer, right? This is 2010?
Yes.
Okay, that was Todd's mom.
Correct.
Then you lived with Todd's mom, and was there any other family? Their family? Or just Todd's mom?
Trevor lived there for a brief period.
How long did you live with Grandma Stermer after, like, 2010?
Till I graduated high school.
About 3 or 4 years?
No, I graduated in 2011.
Okay, so about at least a year.
Yeah.
When you were told to tell the truth in court under oath, did you do that?
Honestly, like I said, I don't remember that trial hardly at all. And if I was smoking pot at that time, and I really don't remember. I was kind of in shock, so I don't remember what I said. I don't remember the questions that were asked of me.
You were, I think, just a young teenager around then, right? 14, 15-ish?
Sounds about right. 2010, so 16 going on.
So you were smoking some pot, which made your memory not so good?
No, I was just in shock. I was blindsided by the trial and was very depressed.
You just heard Ms. Zuderveen say you've prepared with the prosecutor to get ready for today's trial.
I had only an hour, maybe, conversation.
An hour to talk about what you might testify to today.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you meet with any police officers with or without the prosecutors?
Recently?
The last few months?
No.
I just want to go over a couple things about your testimony. One of the big things I want to talk about was, you said the furnace. Remember you talked about the furnace? And how you didn't hear your dad, whether he was working on the furnace or not, the night before the fire?
Yeah.
Yeah. The furnace would go out of whack. It'd go off and on sometimes, right?
No, not to my knowledge.
Would it shut off sometimes, to your knowledge?
No.
If I may approach, Your Honor. Get off the microphone first. In that little binder right here, see this? See that? It's called an exam under oath. It was testimony you gave on September 6th of 2007. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
You have to say yes or no. And you were asked on page 3, do you solemnly swear?
I'm just going to object. I don't know if we're using this to refresh his memory. He's already said he doesn't remember the trial. He doesn't remember the questions. So I don't know if we're refreshing memory or what we're doing here.
I'm going to refresh the memory. I just have a question. Did you take an oath?
Are you using this for memory refreshment?
In a second, yes.
Okay, I'll
This
let
is a
you lay the
different question.
foundation.
Thank you. You remember being asked that question on page 3? Did you take an oath?
I don't remember that question, no.
Okay. Does it refresh your memory if you look at page 3 from 3 till 5 or 6? Do you solemnly swear that everything you say in the statement?
Your Honor, I guess I'm just going to object. We just talked about it. It doesn't refresh his memory. He doesn't remember it. He's already testified to that.
I'll sustain the objection as to foundation for memory refreshment.
If we go to page 15, I want you to read that to yourself.
Where?
Page 15. Let's strike that. You go to something else. You don't recall the furnace being sometimes needing to be worked on by your dad?
I mean, the house was being built as we were living in it, so I don't recall there being many issues with the furnace. After it was, I mean, in the beginning when we were living there, we were using kerosene heaters. So once the furnace was up and running, I don't remember there being any issues with it.
Okay. Do you recall, talking about the construction of the house, that in the living room, like the whole living room area, if I... Your Honor, these have been previously admitted as Exhibit O, floor plan of the house. I'm going to show you this drawing that we've gotten. Does that kind of depict the layout of the first floor of the house?
That's about right, yeah.
All right, big living room, you got a dining room off the back right corner.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes,
And the front door is here where the foyer is.
correct.
Okay. You recall that the living room had the whole floor was exposed wood with just some throw rugs.
Yes, sounds about right.
You're now how old?
32?
32. Do you know what OSB flooring is, like subfloor?
I do, yes.
That was all subfloor.
Yes.
And there were a lot of exposed beams and things in the house.
Exposed beams? No, I don't believe so. I think we had already gotten the drywall up on the ceilings and the walls for the most part.
The basement told us that the ceilings were not drywall, right? And this is kind of a good layout of the basement. Your Corey's bedroom, your bedroom, the rec living room.
Is this an admitted exhibit
That's
too?
part of it.
Okay, part of, oh.
Sir?
Yes. So I think that we had just recently put in the ceiling in at least my bedroom, and I believe Corey's bedroom as well.
Certainly, the house, as you said, was unfinished. You were still completing building it as you moved in, right?
Yes.
The smoke detectors you talked about, do you know how they worked?
For the most part, I believe so.
Were they hardwired? Were they just the kind you put batteries in?
I believe they were hardwired and had batteries in them.
Okay. In the month or so before the fire, do you recall, as you sit here, whether they were working?
To the best of my knowledge, they were working, yes.
Okay. You didn't have any alarms go off, though, did you?
In what sense?
Smoke alarms in that month before the fire,
No.
or the fall before the fire?
No. But like I said earlier, there was like the beep test to warn you when the battery was low, and we'd change the batteries out.
The Chevy Blazer that you took to the mall, you said Corey drove?
Yes.
That was Mom and Dad's car?
It's somewhat of a shared vehicle, yes.
And if Corey drove, where were you sitting?
I would have been in the back seat.
Behind the driver, behind the passenger?
I think I would have been behind the passenger seat.
So then Trevor would have been in the front passenger seat?
Yes.
You didn't see Linda Stermer get in the vehicle or do anything before you left the house, would that be fair?
That would be fair.
So you wouldn't have known what she did or didn't do before you left the house, right?
Correct.
And I think you said you woke up about, 11 o'clock-ish?
I have no idea.
When Linda had you and your brother leave, she wasn't acting upset or sad or anything, was she?
She was acting angsty.
Antsy?
Angsty?
Like anxious?
Yeah.
Let me ask you to turn to page 16 of your examination under oath and read to yourself Exhibit 3 to 7.
Okay.
Okay. Does that refresh your memory that Mom was acting normal and was not extra upset or extra sad?
I guess I'm just going to object. I would prefer that he ask if that refreshed his memory. He's already said he doesn't remember a lot of these interviews, so
Your
without
Honor,
going into the entire
I'm sure there's a
question.
legal objection coming somewhere.
I think we're blending memory refresh with prior and consistent statements. So if you
Understood.
could just lay the foundation for one or the other or both.
Was Mom upset or sad?
Upset or sad?
Yes.
No, I don't. She didn't seem upset or sad necessarily.
She seemed normal.
She seemed in a rush. She seemed like she was trying to quickly get us out of the house
Okay.
without seeing my father.
When you gave testimony and you were asked this question, just normal mom, your answer was, yeah. Would that be right?
That's what it says, but again, I don't remember that.
Understood. But when you swore to tell the truth and you were 15-ish, 14-ish, you would have told the truth, right?
Not necessarily.
You might have lied under oath.
Potentially.
And I want to direct your attention to a couple years later when you testified at a hearing in 2010. And that's this one here, just this stapled piece of paper. You see that?
What? What are we looking
This
at?
one, yep, that has the same kind of caption. You see that one? Let me see. Nope, the other one. And I want to turn your attention to page 130. Lines 14 through 18.
Lines what?
14 to 18. You were asked the question, your mom was acting normally that day, is that true?
Your Honor, I guess I'm going to object for the same grounds. Are we refreshing his memory? Are these prior inconsistent
This isn't
statements? He's already said he doesn't remember.
Your Honor, it's an inconsistent statement. You just said she wasn't acting normally.
I'll allow it as
Thank you.
inconsistent statement.
No. The question was, your mom was acting normally that day, is that true? Your answer, that's true. And it's true to say that your mom was sad after the fire, and your answer was yes.
Again, I don't remember that day of the trial. I was in a daze. I was in a state of shock.
But you knew the difference between right and wrong, correct?
Yes.
You knew the difference between a truth and a lie, yes?
Yes.
You knew that when you take an oath and you swear with your hand that you have to tell the truth. True?
Right.
And so you did tell the truth in that court hearing.
Again, I don't remember that day, and I was in a state of shock. I don't remember the questions. I don't remember my responses. I don't remember much of that time period.
Okay. When your mom was, and you guys were going to the movies, your mom didn't tell you any type of specific time to come home, did she?
Not to me.
Okay. You didn't hear your mom say, look, I need you to stay out till after about 5 o'clock. Go do things, go to a movie. Just don't come back till dinner time. She never said that to you anyways.
Not to me, at least.
Yeah. And you didn't hear her say anything like, look, just go out for a little bit and come back in an hour and a half, right?
No, I don't believe so.
But your mom, I think you testified, told you that your dad and her were arguing and they were working out a conflict.
Not working out a conflict, working out the details of getting divorced.
Can I ask you to turn your attention, sir, to page 122 of that trial when you were under oath? And look at lines 13 to 15. Are you there?
Yep.
Was this question and answer given? Was there a reason given as to why she wanted you to go to the movies? Your answer was, they were working out a conflict. That would have been true.
If that's what I said, then a conflict is in getting divorced, separated, her moving in with Kim, or going to stay with Kim.
You told our jury this morning that you saw your dad as you were walking out, and he was in I think a recliner chair, like a lazy boy type chair.
I can't remember if it was a rocking chair or a recliner chair.
Would have been in the living room.
Yes.
Okay. Can I ask you to turn your attention to that same document, the trial testimony, at page 125. Lines 12 to 17. Are you there?
Yes.
You were asked the question, when you left the house, before you left the house that morning, did you see your dad at all? Your answer was no. You didn't see him at all? I don't believe so. That was your testimony, right? Under oath?
Again, I don't remember that.
But if you were under oath, swore to tell the truth in a court like this, you would have, right?
Again, not necessarily, because I was being told to say certain things by Linda at that time.
But at that time, January of 2010,
Prior to that,
you were living with Grandma Stermer, right?
sounds about right.
And you knew what perjury was, right?
I don't believe I did at that time, no.
Your dad, you said, could be, and I'll use the word, loopy before the 7th. Is that right?
Yeah, I believe we were told that he was on some medication for ear infection.
Okay. But you personally observed him before the 7th being loopy, right? It wasn't just being told.
I believe there was at one point he was kind of out of it.
Okay. But this was several occasions before the day of the fire, wasn't it?
Sounds about right.
Okay. In fact, you said one time you saw him in front of the refrigerator, open the door, and he just stood there. Like you didn't even know what to do, right?
I don't recall.
Let me see if I can refresh your memory. I'm going to ask you to turn your attention to page 132 of your testimony from January of 2010. And let me know when you get there.
Yeah.
Lines 12 through 16.
Yeah.
Does that refresh your memory about how he might stand in front of the fridge?
Vaguely.
You had your relationship after your, before the fire, you were pretty close with your dad, you said, right?
Yes.
Okay. But it was also easier to talk to Linda because she'd kind of let you get away with more things.
No, I wouldn't say that.
And give you permission, right?
No, I wouldn't agree with that.
You wouldn't agree with that? Let me turn your attention to this transcript that's in the binder. And I ask you to look at page 19. From 10 till 16. You see that?
Yes.
You were asked under oath, I'm not saying you liked one more than the other, but did you find it easier to talk to either your mom or your dad more than the other one? And your answer was probably our mom, because she would let us do more. And the question was, if you needed permission, she was a little easier to ask. Answer, yeah. That was your testimony under oath, right? Yes.
Sounds about right, yeah.
And if you swore to tell the truth and you were asked that question and gave that answer, it's because it was the truth, right?
Probably, yeah.
You said you had a lot of conversations with your mom after the fire about how it started, and she'd get mad, right?
I would try to have conversations about it, yes.
And she'd get mad?
She
You
would
said
either get,
hysterical once, I think that you said mad.
yeah, there was several times that she would either get hysterical and then angry or
Okay.
try to end the conversation.
But it was several times you'd done that, right?
There's a few at least.
Okay. I want you to turn your attention to the same document, page 20 at the bottom and the top of page 21. You there?
Yes.
You were asked the question under oath, did you ever talk to your mom about how the fire started? And your answer was not really, because when we did, I don't know, she was like really upset. So you really didn't talk to your mom much about the fire.
Like I said, I tried to.
You gave that question an answer, that answer to that question under oath, so it would have been the truth.
Again, I was in a state of shock at that time, and I was trying to not think about it.
I think you were asking questions about, did you ever see mom and dad hit each other or anything like that, right?
When?
This morning?
I think the question was, was there violence?
Yeah, there never was, right? As far as you ever saw.
No, not really.
And the night before the fire, you would have gone to bed around 11 o'clock. You were 12 years old. It's on Christmas break, the last night before you go back to school, right? Or it would have been 2 nights, Saturday night.
I don't recall.
Okay, did you go to bed around 11 o'clock?
I have no idea what time I went to bed.
Okay. Let me turn your attention to that same binder at page 10. Lines 23 to 25. You with me?
Yes.
Does that refresh your memory that you went to bed probably around 11 o'clock that night?
It doesn't refresh my memory, but the question is like 11, is that like 2 o'clock? I mean, I don't know how late you stay up. I said probably 11 or 12, so
So 11 or 12.
that sounds about right.
And you wouldn't have known what your dad might have been doing that day or the day before with regard to the furnace anyways, right?
I would have, I believe, because I was directly next to it. I shared a wall with it.
I know sleeping, but during the day you guys were out, right? Would do things. It's Christmas break.
I don't believe we were out and about that much.
Would you agree if Trevor says we'd go to the mall a lot and do things because not much to do for a teenager in Lawrence? Would you agree with that?
Sure, but I wasn't always involved in Corey and Trevor going to the mall.
Give me just 1 second, Your Honor. You've told us here today that you don't remember a lot about that earlier testimony under oath. Remember that?
Yes.
Because you were smoking dope, right?
Yes.
And you were in a state of stress and flux, right?
Right.
When you met with the prosecutor, did you tell the prosecutor, you know, I don't have a very good memory of a lot of that stuff because I was smoking dope back then?
I don't recall ever saying that. Linda had basically encouraged me to smoke pot so it kind of carried on after that.
Is there anything you're on now that's affecting your memory or making your memory better?
No.
Thank you, Your Honor. Any other questions?
Thank you, Your Honor. Linda told you to go for a movie and breakfast. Is that accurate?
I don't recall. I don't recall her telling me specifically what to do. Just go to the mall, go to the movies.
Linda was your only parent left after the fire, is that correct?
Correct.
When you're looking at that past transcript, does it refresh your memory of that you said it or that it happened?
Which?
Yeah, and when you look at that transcript, do you remember saying those things?
No, I don't.
Do you remember that those things were accurate?
I don't remember if those were necessarily accurate.
Are some of them not accurate according to your memory?
Yes.
Why would you have said some of the things that you said in that transcript?
Well, there was, leading up to that, before the trial, before Linda had gotten arrested, I felt threatened by her and what I might say.
So she wanted you to say some of those things you said?
I believe so, yeah.
You still relied on her at that time, is that correct? Did you rely on her
At the time of the trial?
at the time you made these statements?
I believe so.
Would you have relied on her for finances?
I believe so.
Are you under anyone's influence or threat today?
No.
Are you testifying from your memory of what actually happened?
Correct.
I have no further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Thank you. Did you say you felt threatened by your mom when you were giving this testimony?
Leading up to the testimony, I don't exactly remember what was going on at this time of the testimony.
If you look at that little stapled piece of paper, not the one with the case caption, that other one's the police report. You see that? Yes. That was in October of 2009. You see that? Yes?
I don't know where, yes.
On the front page.
Yes.
Okay. Did you feel threatened by Linda then?
Was this prior to her being incarcerated?
I just want to know, did you feel threatened?
If it was prior to her being incarcerated, then yes, I did.
Okay. But certainly if it was before October of 2009, you wouldn't have felt threatened, correct?
Not necessarily.
You still would have felt threatened.
Potentially.
Okay. Well, I want to know your memory, not...
I don't know the exact timeline.
Okay. You were living, by the time you testified in the court hearing in January of 2010, you'd been living with Grandma Stermer for about 6 months, since about the middle of summer. You remember that?
Sounds about right.
Okay, so, and when you spoke to this police officer in October, you'd been living with Grandma Stermer for about 4 or 5 months, since the middle of summer.
Okay.
Right? Did you ever tell the police officer, I feel threatened by Linda?
I don't recall.
Okay. If it's, strike that. You don't like your mom very much right now, do you? Would that be fair?
That's one way of putting it, yeah.
That's mildly putting it, right? You really, really dislike your mom right now, right?
Yeah.
Thank you, Your Honor. I don't have anything else.
How old were you in 2009?
Well, my birthday's in February, so would have been 15, I believe. Depending on the month.
15, depending on the month.
Yeah. 2009 would be 16.
And then in 2007, when the fire happened and when you were talking to insurance agents and police officers, how old would you have been in 2007?
I was 12, almost 13.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All those times, obviously, you were old enough to know what, telling the truth, you're taking an oath of those, right?
Yeah.
Thank you.
No questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Jury, any questions of him? I've got at least one hand going up, couple. Sir, I have some questions from the jury. Okay, no objection from the lawyers. Did you kids have Linda's second cell phone when you went to the mall?
I don't believe I was aware of the second cell phone until after the fire.
Okay. Did you, if you know, you may not know, did you at any time receive money from the insurance company to replace your lost items?
I don't believe so.
When did you start calling your mom Linda?
Pretty much as soon as I found out that she murdered my father.
Your Honor, I move to strike.
Counsel were given the opportunity to object to the question. There's no objection, so I'm not going to strike his answer. Any counsel have any? Thank you, sir. Counsel have any questions of him in light of those questions and answers?
Did you have your own cell phones as teenagers?
Yes.
And then you said you became aware of her having a second cell phone after the fire?
Yes.
How did you become aware of her having a second cell phone?
I believe Corey told me.
So you didn't personally know?
I wasn't necessarily aware of her having two phones, no.
You hadn't seen her with them?
It just didn't, I don't believe that I recognized it as two separate phones.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Mueller?
Just a couple. Regarding that question about calling Ms. Stermer Linda, you lived with your mom for a period of a couple of years after the fire, right?
Yeah, unfortunately.
Well, and you didn't call her Linda until sometime after about 2010, would that be right?
I may have started calling her Linda when she would attack me when I was asking about the fire. I don't recall exactly when
Would, just trying to place it a little tighter, would it have been around the time you started living with Grandma Stermer?
No, it was probably as soon as she got incarcerated, and that I became aware that she was even being investigated.
Okay. But you said around the time incarcerated. There was a time in June of '09 where Ms. Stermer was arrested for this fire. It's around that, and that's the time when you went to move in with Grandma Stermer, right?
Yeah.
And that's around the time when you just told us you started calling Ms. Stermer
I really don't
Linda,
remember when I started calling her Linda.
but you started then calling her Linda instead of Mom.
Your Honor, I guess he's miscategorizing the witness's testimony. He said that he thought he
The
started
same,
when he
Your
was being
Honor,
attacked.
speeches.
for conflicting statements.
Is-
Okay. I am going to sustain that objection. He's indicating he doesn't remember.
Can we just get a caution, Your Honor, with regard to the speaking objections? Form foundation is a legal objection. Thank you.
Objections are fine, and your objections are fine.
Thank you.
Questions? Either of you?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Mueller, any more questions?
None, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Jury, do you have any other questions of him? None? Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. And I'll actually take that document from you. Thank you. Is this defense? Mr. Mueller, this is yours. Thank you. And sir, you've got the microphone in front of your mouth. That's good. If you could give us your full name and spell the last, please.
Trevor Stermer, Stermer.
Thank you. Ms. Seidelman?
Thank you, Your Honor. Trevor, did you know Todd Stermer?
Yes, I did.
How'd you know him?
He was my dad.
And do you know Linda Stermer?
Yes, I do.
How do you know her?
She was my mother.
And in 2007, at the time of the fire, how old were you?
I was 14, turning 15 in a month.
Where did you live?
Lawrence, Michigan, County Road 215.
Who lived with you in that house?
My parents and my two brothers, Trent and Corey.
Can you describe the house for the jury?
It was a large house. My dad had built it from the ground up. We were all very proud of it. It's a wonderful home for our family.
How long had you lived there before the fire?
We had been there 2 years, approximately.
Was it 100% finished?
For the most part, I would say 95.
Was the 5% carpet and floor coverings?
There was a couple decks that were left unfinished on the outside. There was maybe one room that didn't have carpeting at that point. Well,
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
the basement, I don't believe that was ever supposed to have carpet. We had an epoxy ceiling on the floor and then area rugs, but that was what it was meant to be.
That was what it was meant to be?
Yeah.
And then did you have a ceiling in the basement?
The bedrooms did. The main area, I don't believe that was supposed to have a ceiling at that point.
Where was your bedroom?
My bedroom was the loft area, the third level of the house.
So not the basement, right?
Well, I was only in my bedroom, the loft area, for about a week, maybe. My dad was working on it a couple weeks up to the fire and had just completed it. So I maybe only spent 5 nights in my actual bedroom. Other than that, I slept in the basement with my brothers.
So when you say the loft, that wasn't the basement level, correct?
No,
And it wasn't the main level where the kitchen and the living room were,
No.
correct, right? So was it actually then the second story?
yes, there was another set of stairs that went just to the loft. It was one bedroom, and that was my room.
Was it an open loft?
Nope. You would go up the stairs, and there was a doorway on the right that would lead to my bedroom. That was the only room up there. But on the left side of the stairway, there was a small little landing area that looked over the great room.
Do you recall if you had smoke detectors in the house?
Absolutely, yes.
Do you recall how many rooms had smoke detectors?
All of them.
Do you recall if they were working or not?
Yes.
How do you know they were working?
My dad installed every one of them. I knew how meticulous he was about his work and about safety. And there was times I could remember we'd be cooking in the kitchen or something, and smoke would come up, and all the alarms in the house would go off at that point because they were all connected. The whole house would sound.
Do you remember the night before the fire?
Yes, I do.
And what do you remember about the night before the fire?
Sometime in the evening, maybe 7 o'clock, an argument broke out between my parents. It was a really heated argument. We were instructed, I would have been staying in my bedroom upstairs in the loft area, but I was instructed to go down to the basement with my brothers because it was such a heated argument. And
Do you recall what it was about?
yes,
What was it about?
well, we could hear very clearly the argument. I mean, it was loud and you could just hear through the whole house down there. But started with finance and some issues that they were having, particularly Linda's horses and how that was draining our family. There was a lot of the argument was spent about infidelities on Linda's part.
Do you remember how late into the night that arguing happened and that fighting?
I would say 10:30 p.m.
And you were in the basement then at that time?
Yes.
Did Linda come down into the basement that night?
She may have come down and just said goodnight, but didn't spend any significant time down there if she had.
She didn't watch TV with you?
No.
Didn't cuddle with anyone on the couch?
No.
Didn't sleep on the couch?
No.
Did you ever see your dad and Linda get physical with each other?
Never saw physical violence.
Ever see any injuries on Linda?
No.
You slept then in the basement that night?
That night I did, yes.
Whose room did you sleep in?
With my brother Corey. His and Trenton's rooms were connected.
Did you hear your dad working on the furnace the night before?
No, he did not come down that night.
Had you spoken to your parents about what would happen if there was a divorce?
I had had a talk with my dad at one point, never with Linda.
And that was prior to the fire?
Yeah, a couple months prior to that, my dad and I were sitting at the table and doing a Bible study, and he had brought up some issues that they were having in the marriage, and he said he was only sticking it out because of us kids at that point. And I told him, obviously, I would want to be with him. I would have lived with him if there was any split.
And then you stayed in the basement all night long and slept?
That night,
That
yes,
night?
I had.
Do you recall what happened when you woke up or how you woke up?
I woke up earlier than my brothers that morning, probably 8 o'clock, 8 a.m., and I tried to go upstairs, and Linda had stopped me halfway up the stairs and told me to stay in the basement. I said, I'm going upstairs to get something to eat. She said, no, I'll bring you something down, and brought me down a Pop-Tart or a granola bar, something to that effect. So I went back downstairs and started watching TV. Then maybe around 9 o'clock, an argument broke out between my parents again.
And you heard that argument?
I did, yes.
And you were still in the basement?
Yes.
At some point, did Linda come down?
She did, yes.
And what happened when she came down?
Well, I had attempted to go upstairs again, and she met me at the bottom of the stairs that time and said, she called us boys together, said that we were going to be going up to Portage to go to the mall that day, and she needed us out of the house. She said that we had to go watch a movie. I told her I did not want to go that day, and she insisted.
You told her you did not want to go?
I did not want to go.
She tell you why she wanted you to go to the movie?
She said that her and my dad might continue to argue, and she didn't want us to hear that.
She give you any money?
She gave my oldest brother, Corey, $20.
So what did you do after she told you to go to the movies? Or the mall, excuse me, the mall.
It was probably 10:30. She came down and instructed us that we'd be going to the movies. We spent a little bit of time getting ready, my brothers and I, and around 11 a.m. we made our way upstairs, guided by Linda. And once we got to the top of the stairs, she was telling us to remain silent, don't disturb your dad. So we got to the top of the stairs, and the front entryway would have been on our right, going up the stairs, going out of the house. My dad was to the left. I tried to push my way to the left and go say goodbye to him that morning, because he would have wanted to know where we were going if we were leaving the house. She positioned herself in front of me, said, "No, don't disturb him. He's sleeping right now." And I could see him there on the couch. So
You saw him in the living room?
yes, I did.
Did you see his face?
Yes,
Was he awake or was he sleeping?
he was sleeping or incapacitated.
He didn't have his eyes open.
No, he did not.
Did I move a strike, Your Honor? Speculating.
Response?
I think I asked him, what do you saw? And if his-
I'll allow the question and the answer. It's responsive somewhat to the question.
So you didn't talk to him before you left?
No, I did not talk to him.
And you said Linda physically pushed you away from the living room?
She positioned herself in between me and the living room at that point and put her hands up, told me, "No, you guys need to get out of the house." And she said, very panicked, and said, "Don't disturb your dad, he's sleeping, be quiet." So at that point I turned, went to the front entryway, proceeded to put my shoes on as my brothers were there as well. And the room circled back around from that entryway, kind of horseshoed around to the living room. After I put my shoes on, I again tried to go the opposite way to go see my dad, because it was just entirely uncommon that I would leave the house without seeing him, saying goodbye to him. And she ran in front of me at that point as well from the other direction and stopped me, said, "No, you need to go."
So you said it was highly uncommon. What was common before you left the house?
We always told our dad where we were going. We'd give him a hug and a kiss goodbye and tell him when we would be back.
Was it common that your mom would leave her purse in her vehicle?
I don't think it would have been too common. Her purse was always with her.
Did you see her purse that morning when you came up from the basement?
It's possible. I can't say for sure.
Did she ever ask you to wait while she took her purse out of the blazer?
No.
Did she come out to the blazer with you as you were leaving?
I don't believe so.
Did you ever see Linda with, or did you know if Linda had more than one cell phone?
She had a second cell phone.
Did you see the second cell phone?
Yes.
How did you know she had a second cell phone?
The second phone had been around for several months prior to the fire. It originated as a business phone. My dad was aware of it at one point. They had a business, we had a large truck, and they would haul trailers and RVs out west to various states, and that was a business practice for them. That was a road phone, or it started that way. 3 months before the fire, my dad instructed her to deactivate the phone. There was no need for it. They were no longer doing that business venture, and she told him that she had deactivated it.
Was there a time that you saw your dad answer the second phone?
I don't recall seeing him answer it. But I do recall him being made aware of her still in possession of that second cell phone.
Do you ever recall any arguments about that cell phone?
Yes, I do.
What were those arguments about?
That was the night before the fire. You could hear him yelling about her still having the second phone in her possession and a bill that she had concealed from him indicating it was still in use.
Do you recall what vehicle you took then to the movies or to the mall?
We took the Chevy Blazer.
Who usually drove that?
That was Linda's vehicle at the time. My brother Corey was driving that morning.
Do you recall if you had a full tank of gas?
No, it would be highly unlikely that we had a full tank of gas.
Why would it be highly unlikely?
We never had full tanks of gas in our house.
Do you remember how you got the keys?
I don't recall.
So did you go to the movies or did you go to the mall?
We went to the mall first after doing some shopping and some returns that we had from Christmas items. We went to the food court, had a meal there. My brothers and I were discussing some of the divorce talk and how we would proceed as far as where we would live and what that would look like for our lives. And after we had eaten, we made our way over to the movie theater.
What happened when you were watching the movie?
About maybe a third of the way through the movie, I had received a call from a good friend of ours named Steven.
What did you do when you got that call?
He was very panicked when I answered. You could hear in his voice high level of stress, and he said that your house is on fire. You need to come home right now. And at that point, I didn't ask him if he was joking around or if he meant it. I could just tell he was serious by the tone in his voice, and I stood up and grabbed my brothers and said, "We need to get out of here right now." And took him a minute, but I just grabbed him by the arm and said, "We need to go home right now."
Did you go back to the house?
We did.
What did you see when you got back there?
Could see our home up in flames. We were stopped at the end of the drive. They had it taped off, but the house was engulfed in flames. I remember looking at my bedroom in particular was just gone. The top level was just gone.
Were you able to go up to the house?
No, they stopped us at the end of the driveway.
Do you recall where you went?
They put us in the back of a cop car, and maybe 5 minutes after that, we drove over to a friend's house of mine, Mr. Masali. They were just our neighbors, and we drove there and waited most of the evening for any details.
Did Linda come then to Mr. Masali's house?
Much later.
Do you remember where you stayed that night?
We stayed at my Grandma Sandy's house, or apartment.
Did Linda stay there too?
She did.
Did you talk to Linda that night?
Hardly. I don't believe so.
Did you talk to Grandma Sandy that night?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall where Linda was?
Us three boys would have been out in her living area. She had a pull-out couch, and Linda was staying in my grandma's room. My grandma may have pulled up some blankets on a floor there, and I remember my grandma being awake still, and everyone else was asleep, and I saw her go sit down and just start crying, and I went and sat with her.
You saw who cry?
My grandma.
And you were out with her on that pull-out couch?
No, she went and sat down on the kitchen floor, and I couldn't sleep, obviously, that night. I think everyone else was asleep, but I just watched her for a little bit, and then after seeing her cry, I just walked up and sat with her on the kitchen floor.
Did you remember that if you had any pets at the time of the fire?
We had 2 dogs.
Did you have a cat?
No, we had no cats in that house.
Was it common at your home to have gas cans out in the wintertime?
Depends where you would say out. There were specific areas on our home that gas cans would have been stored.
Where was that?
There was a large semi-trailer that we had built lean-tos off of, and there was a horse stalls on one side of that lean-to and an area where my dad would keep his tractor and various other tools and stuff.
And the gas cans would be there?
There would have been 2 5-gallon gas cans right near the tractor area.
Would it have been common to have 1-gallon gas cans in the yard?
No, that would have not been common.
Would it have been common to have a 1-gallon gas can in the front yard?
No.
Did you have a snow blower?
No, we never had a snowblower.
Any reason in January you would have known to have a gas can in the front yard? I'm asking if he knows.
Overruled.
There'd be no reason I could think that we'd have a gas can in the front yard.
What was the size of that tractor?
It was a very large tractor.
And where was that stored?
It was kept under the overhang.
The same overhang you discussed then in the backyard?
It wasn't necessarily in the backyard. It was off to the south of the house, maybe 150 feet away from the house.
Did Linda or your dad ever ask you to move any framed school pictures into the shed before the fire?
No, not that I recall.
Do you recall where pictures would have been stored in the house if they weren't on the walls?
Likely under the basement stairs. There was a little storage area down there.
Where were the Christmas decorations stored in the house?
I'm not sure if we kept them in the house. They may have been brought out to the trailer I mentioned with the overhang. We used that as a storage unit, basically. If they were in the house, I don't recall.
Before the fire, let's even just say the months before the fire, do you recall your father working on the furnace?
Within a month of the fire, probably yes.
Okay. And how about the night or the day before the fire?
He had not done any work on the furnace in those nights.
Had you had issues with the furnace?
Likely a month before the fire, but not directly leading up to it.
Do you know what issues, or did you have any knowledge, any personal knowledge of that?
I couldn't say what was actually happening, but it wasn't turning on at one point, and my dad would have done a repair to mend that.
Did you ever have problems getting down your driveway out to the road, the main road?
No, it was a gravel driveway and very flat. We would have made our way fine.
Did you ever go down with vehicles in from the side yard into the backyard?
In the drier months, it was common. In dry conditions, it was common for us to drive around to the basement. But there was a couple incidents leading up to the fire where it was wet conditions, and we had a couple vehicles get stuck down there, and my dad told us, don't drive any more vehicles down there. I'm not getting the tractor out to pull them out. So it was known if it was wet, you don't drive down there.
So on a rainy day in January, that would be uncommon for someone to drive down there?
Very uncommon. We would have been in trouble.
Did Linda tell you what happened after the fire?
Bits and pieces.
What did she tell you?
She had initially told us that she was doing laundry in the basement and she heard screams from upstairs, that she made her way upstairs and cracked open the door and saw just smoke and fire, and closed the door and ran back down the stairs and out the basement.
Did she ever tell you anything different from that?
It changed. Little parts would change depending on the date. Many times the door that she exited out would vary, and if I questioned her about it, usually she would just break down in tears, and I would drop the questioning at that point. She never really wanted to open up and talk about it, and I guess I felt sympathy in that regard, and I didn't want to hash it out with her, though I wanted clarity on that because it didn't make sense to me.
Did she ever get mad at you for asking about the differences?
Yes.
And what happened during those occasions?
Same thing. She would get hysterical and start crying, and until I stopped questioning. And if you accused her of saying something different, then she would get angry and almost violent with us, especially with my younger brother Trenton.
Your younger brother Trenton?
Yes.
What did you see?
Trenton would make very direct accusations at her, and she would either hit him herself, or I'll never forget, she had told me, Trevor, if you hear him making those accusations, I want you to silence him. You hit him, you do what it takes, you silence him, don't let him say those things. And that was very uncommon because I was bigger than my younger brother, and if we had fought in the past, I would be reprimanded for it. So it was generally, I was told to protect Trenton, and never would any of my parents told me to actually harm him intentionally.
And that's why it stuck out in your head?
Yeah, very clearly.
Did Linda ever tell you what to say before the insurance depositions or before you spoke about what happened?
Yes.
And what did she tell you to say?
There were 3 things in particular that she wanted us to be on the same page about. She wanted us to downplay how severe the fight that night of the fire was. She didn't want us to really detail how severe that fight was, and it was severe. That was the most heated argument I'd heard from my parents. Second, she didn't want us discussing any talks of divorce to the insurance agent. And the most important one, she wanted us, if we were asked how we thought the fire started. She told us, say it was a chimney fire.
And she told you those things?
Yes.
Did she tell you what to say before any court hearings?
Not that I recall. We weren't very close leading up to the court hearing.
I'm sorry, what was that?
We weren't very close leading up to any court hearings.
So when you say you weren't very close, do you mean relationship-wise?
Yes. We had lived with her 2 years after the fire. The only information we would get was from her. We were very isolated and naive to a lot of the things that were going on, but as details started to emerge, we distanced ourselves from her.
Did she ever talk to you about her affair?
It was pretty common knowledge that it did occur. She did not want to discuss it, I'm sure of that.
Were you aware of an item that Linda described as a duck boat on your property?
Yeah.
What was that?
My dad had a small plastic boat, maybe 6 feet long. It was a rowboat of sorts, and we had a very large pond in the very back of our property. It's probably a 30-acre pond, and he would do duck hunting back there. He used that boat to just to do some of that hunting on.
On your pond?
Yes.
And you said it was plastic?
Yes.
Did it have any seats in it?
It had one seat, one removable seat, I believe.
Did it have an engine on it?
No.
Ever have an engine on it?
No.
And you said it was made out of plastic.
As I recall, yes.
Do you recall what color it was?
Yes.
What color was it?
Probably mostly black and green. My dad had let me spray paint it at one point.
He let you spray paint it?
Yeah. It's supposed to be camouflage. I did my best.
You tried to make it camouflage?
Yes.
Didn't turn out very well?
I guess not. I had fun doing it, though.
Were you dependent upon Linda for finances when you were talking to insurance agents and when you were testifying?
Yeah.
Because she was
Yes,
your only...
yes. We were very much dependent.
Did she ever tell you what would happen if you didn't say those things that you told the jury?
She said it was important that we do well at the deposition, but if they denied our claim that we wouldn't have anything, that we couldn't rebuild anything, and we wouldn't have a home.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Mueller?
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Stermer.
Good morning.
I just spoke to your brother a little while ago. I'll tell you the same thing. I've got some things I just want to clarify and understand. This has been difficult for you. I just hope you understand. I'm just trying to do my job.
Yes, sir.
You, in this case, in January of 2010, you remember that?
Okay.
Do you remember, does it jog your memory? Yeah, I remember I gave testimony in a court.
A testimony?
Yeah, like this, just like what you're doing.
Yes, 2010.
Okay. You were under oath back then, you remember that?
Yes, I do.
And you were 17 years old. right? 15 at the time of the fire?
Probably 18 at that point.
18, an adult.
Yes, sir.
You would have known what it meant to take an oath, to swear, tell the truth,
Yes, sir.
right? You were also interviewed by a police officer roughly October of 2009, just a few months before that hearing. Remember that?
Vaguely.
Yeah, but you remember you talked to a police officer.
What did you say the date was?
October
Of
Fall.
2009?
Yep.
I don't recall a specific conversation at that point.
May I approach your honor? I'll show you a document. It says it's a follow-up report with Trevor Stermer from October 18, 2009. You see your name on there?
I do.
All right, does that kind of jog your memory? Oh yeah, now I remember. I gave a statement or interview to the police.
Okay.
Does it? Okay, I don't know. Does it jog your memory? I remember now, yeah. In the fall, I gave an interview.
I don't recall that specific conversation, but it's likely that I would have.
Okay. And then also, while you were still 15, or maybe, when's your birthday?
February.
So you would have been 16. You gave a test statement under oath to a lawyer for the insurance company. Remember that? You just talked about that.
I think I would have been 15 at that time.
All right. Would you agree with me, sir, that in general your memory is better now, or better 15 years ago than it is now?
My memory is very clear now.
Would it also be fair that you don't really like your mom too much?
That would be fair.
Would it be even more fair that you really dislike your mom a lot?
Dislike's not the word I would use.
If we use the word, it's a strong word, you hate your mom?
I don't hold hate in my heart. I'm horrified. I was horrified by my mother.
But when you gave that testimony in a court hearing in January, you had been living with Grandma Stermer for about 6 months, right?
October 2009?
No. In January of 2010, you gave testimony at a court hearing. You remember that?
Yes.
Okay.
I was not living with my grandmother at that time.
Who were you living with?
I was living in a student apartment complex called the Arboretums.
Not with any family?
Not with any family, no.
Okay. You had been apart from your mom for some time, since about the summer of 2009, right?
Correct.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach too? That document I just gave you, does that jog your memory that, yep, it was January of 2010 I gave testimony at a court hearing?
That sounds accurate as far as the testimony at that
And
time.
when you were under oath, then you swore to tell the truth, and you did tell the truth, right?
Yes, sir.
When you talked to the police officer, did you tell him the truth too? And he's trying to find out what happened.
Yes.
You would have known it's important to tell the officer the truth.
Correct.
I want to talk to you just a little bit. You talked about the furnace. The furnace would shut off every now and then, right?
I wouldn't say it would shut off every now and then. There had been an issue in the past, and my dad had resolved that.
May I approach, Your Honor? You see that first page where it says September 6, 2007?
Yes, I do.
And there's a man named Mr. Willison from the insurance company. He was asking you questions under oath. You see that?
Yes.
Yeah. I want to turn your attention to page 16. Lines 20 to page 17, line 2. You see that?
Yes, I do.
You were asked the question, any furnace trouble? And your answer was, our furnace, every now and then, would, if we turned it down too low, it'd switch off, and my dad had to reprime or something. And then he asked, did you ever have to do that? Did he teach you how to do it? You answered, he never taught me how, but he had me hold the bottle while he drained it. See that?
Okay.
So it was every now and then, not just one time, right?
I suppose it could have happened more than once.
And in terms of gas cans that you said, it would be very uncommon to see a gas can in the front yard. You remember that?
Yes.
Telling us that? Let me try to get a picture of what you had in the property. It's a farm. You have a big tractor, you said, right? Yes.
Yes, there was a large tractor.
Big tractor, you had riding mowers?
That would function? No.
Okay. Did you have push mowers?
No.
Didn't have push mowers?
Not that I recall.
If I turn to the same document on page 18, and I'm looking at line 2 to 4.
Okay.
See that? Does that jog your memory? Oh yeah, you had riding mowers, and sometimes your dad would use the tractor.
Like I said, there was riding mowers on the property, but they were all broken down at that point.
Did you ever use the big tractor? Were you old enough?
I had.
It's used in the wintertime to drag bales of hay for the horses, right?
I would assume we used it to assist with the horses. I don't recall specifically what attachment we would have had to move large round bales of hay, though.
But you wouldn't disagree that horses had to be fed in the winter too.
Absolutely.
And they have to have, and then you had bales of hay all around the property, right? Or brought them in.
Sure, we brought in hay.
Okay. And so you'd use a tractor to drag the bales.
If they were round bales, that would be accurate.
You testified it's completely uncommon, or did you say it would be unheard of to have gas cans in the front?
I believe it would be very uncommon.
Okay. I want to turn your attention to that stapled piece right there. Yep. This was testimony you gave under oath in January of 2010. You swore to tell the truth just like you did now, right?
Yes, sir.
And you told us you did tell the truth because you were under oath and you know what that means.
Yes.
Right. I want to turn your attention to page 113.
Okay.
On line 13, you were asked a question. Well, going back a little bit, you'd say you had 3 or 4 gas cans, you had a riding mower. You see that just a little bit above that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and then it wasn't unusual for your mom to be the person who filled gas cans, was it? And your answer was, it wouldn't be unusual. No, right?
For her to fill gas cans?
Yeah,
No.
it wouldn't be unusual.
No, it wouldn't be terribly unusual.
And your dad would too, I imagine.
I'm sure we all would.
Okay. Then it says, line 16, and it wasn't unusual for there to be a gas can near the front of the house that needed to be filled. Was there? Your answer was depending. Then the question was, sometimes when the cans were empty and they needed to be filled, rather than leaving them out.
I guess I'm going to object again. As instead of reading the testimony into the record, if he wants to ask a question about a prior inconsistent statement or use it to refresh his memory, I prefer that we use the proper form instead of reading testimony.
If I may be allowed to retort,
You may.
he said that it was completely uncommon to have that. I'm showing him his testimony and impeaching with prior inconsistent statement under oath at a trial.
And that's fine, but I would do it in this framework of prior and consistent statement. Didn't you say at such as, didn't you say?
And just ask specifically about the question.
Correct.
Thank you, Your Honor.
It can be, was this question asked and this question answered?
I think the proper way is to say to the witness, isn't it true, or something to that effect, isn't it true that at the prior hearing you said?
Isn't it true at this prior hearing that you said it was not unusual for gas cans to be left by the front porch, where they'd be picked up, put into a vehicle, taken to the station that they could be filled up? And your answer was yes. Isn't that true?
That is what it says, yes.
You know, it says that, and that answer was given to that question because it was the truth, as you just told us. True?
Like I said previously in the answer, depending, there would be circumstances.
But then when you ask a specific question, just a little bit further, it wouldn't be unusual to have these by the front porch, and your answer was yes. Am I right?
I did say yes.
Okay. And you did say yes because you were under oath to tell the truth.
Yes.
And you did tell the truth.
I think it was a complicated question with layers, and I was instructed to give a yes or no answer.
Well, I don't want to belabor the point, but it was just so that gas cans could be picked up, put into a vehicle, taken to the station so that they could be filled up, right? You weren't told to answer yes or no.
Correct.
Okay. Now your dad, he worked obviously around the farm too, right?
Sure.
But your mom, she loved that house and she loved the whole property, her being a horse, I want to say fanatic, a horse lover.
She certainly loved her horses.
Okay. She didn't think of the house as just some place to live, did she?
I couldn't tell you how she felt about it.
Well, let me direct your attention to that other testimony on this little binder. And turn to page 27. Line 15. You did know at that time that she cared about the house, right?
Your Honor, I'm going to object again. If he wants to ask him to refresh his memory or he wants to ask about a prior inconsistent statement instead of reading testimony, and I prefer he follow the proper procedure.
Your Honor,
He
didn't say
This
he
time
didn't
he
follow.
is following the proper
you.
procedure for prior inconsistent statements, so I will overrule.
okay. You did say that your mom cared about the house.
I said she cared about it. I don't know to what extent.
The construction of the house, there was actually a fair amount of unfinished stuff, as you've called it before.
At what point?
Close to the time of the fire.
Like I said, I believe it to be about 95% completed. The decking on the outside was not completed, though.
Well, you said there was no ceiling in the basement, right?
Right.
So that would have been exposed beams, floor joists.
I believe there was not a ceiling in that room at that point. I can't recall.
Well, if we go to your statement in that.
Sure.
when you gave that in September 7, about 8 months after the fire.
Can you direct me to a page?
Yep, I'm going to turn your attention to page 25 at the end. To page 26, line 7.
You said 26, line 7?
Yes. Does that jog your memory about the condition of the ceilings in the basement?
Yeah, that would seem accurate. There wasn't drywall on the ceiling at that point, and I don't think it was meant to be drywalled.
It was open rafters, right?
Yes.
There was no ceiling in the basement.
Okay.
I just want to make sure you and I are clear, right?
Sure.
Okay. And as everybody has told us, the entire living room floor was OSB subflooring.
May I clarify a little bit there? There were rooms in the basement with ceilings.
Understood, we heard some bedrooms.
Sure.
But generally in that whole living rec room area, it was subflooring. I mean, it was floor joist,
Okay.
right?
Yeah, that would seem accurate.
Okay. And as we talked about in the living room, it was nothing but subfloor OSB, that pressed board with some throw rugs.
Yeah, very large area rug,
Okay.
and probably a hearth in front of the fireplace.
So there was, and I'm not talking about trim finishes, there was exposed wood in the first floor main living room area, not just carpentry and trim, right?
Exposed wood on the ceilings?
Not on ceilings, just in general, with bay windows and that kind of thing.
The windows were framed and finished.
That's your recollection?
Yes.
When you gave testimony in September 2007, Linda Stermer had a lawyer, right?
When I gave testimony in 2007,
Yes, in this little hearing, that we
the deposition.
Yes, deposition.
Okay.
You met with the lawyer, right? His name was Jeff Getting. Do you remember that?
Okay.
Do you remember that?
I don't specifically remember a conversation with Jeff Getting at that point in time.
Do you recall him telling you, just tell the truth. The most important thing is to tell the truth. Do you remember that?
I don't recall him saying that.
Let's look at page 31. Toward the bottom, line 23. You let me know when you're there.
Reading it now.
Okay. All the way to line 9 on the next page.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. This is hearsay, what the conversation was with Mr. Gadding.
1, it's not offered for the truth. It was directive. And he's already testified. I'm just asking to refresh his memory. I'm going to ask him if he now remembers anything.
I'm going to sustain that objection on hearsay.
Okay. Let me ask you, regardless of what Mr. Getting said, you knew enough to tell the truth at that age?
As I said for the deposition, there was a few things that she wanted us to be on the same page about.
Okay. So you would have intentionally lied under oath?
I wouldn't necessarily, I wouldn't say that, no.
Okay. I want to talk to you about the January 7th that morning. You got up around 11 o'clock, 10 or 11 o'clock in the morning?
No, I was up earlier that morning.
Okay. Let me show you. Did I give you a statement? Oh, I did, right, from the police report. The one that we talked about you gave to the police?
Okay, is that the 2009?
Yep. October 2009?
October 2009, okay.
Okay. You said you woke up about 8 o'clock.
Yeah,
Did you tell the police officer on page 1 that you woke up between 10 and 11 a.m.?
I don't recall telling him that, no.
Any reason to think that this police officer got it wrong since you told us just now you told him the truth?
Your Honor, I'm going to object speculation.
I'm just asking if he knows.
That's sustained.
You were given $20 for food by your mom,
My brother Corey was.
but you also, you boys had their own money, right?
Yes.
And you didn't mind going to the mall because you said there's nothing to do in Lawrence, especially for teenagers, especially on Christmas break.
I did not want to go that morning, no.
There was nothing super secret about your mom having you kids go to the mall that morning, was there?
I think it was meant to be secretive, yes.
Okay. Well, let's look at this hearing again. At page 19. Let me know when you're there.
Is this the hearing or the deposition?
This is that one in the binder, the deposition.
Okay. Page 19.
Yep. And then go to line 20. I mean, page 20. At the top. See that?
Is there a line you're directing me to?
Yes, sir.
I didn't catch
Lines
that.
4 to 6.
Lines 4 through 6 on page 20.
That's correct.
Okay.
Were you asked the question, so there was nothing super secret about getting out of the house and going to the mall? And your answer was no. That was your answer under oath, right?
It appears so.
When you swore to tell the truth, right?
I would assume.
Yeah. And you did tell the truth, right?
That's not how I recall it at this point.
You also said it was very rare. Did you say it was very rare for your mom's purse and your dad's wallet to be in the cars?
I don't believe I said that.
Today.
Yeah, just this morning. You were asked, remember you were asked questions about purse and the wallets being in cars, and was that common? You said no. Remember that?
I think that's a mischaracterization of the testimony from earlier.
Do you remember what you said?
Allow the questions.
I don't believe that question was asked this morning.
Was it common, or I should say, was it not uncommon for a purse and a wallet to be left in the car, given you're in a rural area?
My dad would have likely left his wallet and potentially keys in his work van.
Yeah. But not your mom.
I can't say.
Yeah, well, if we look at page 2 of that police report you gave, should be, I hope there's a highlighted second paragraph. Is there?
There appears to be.
Okay. And in that paragraph, you told the police officer that it was not uncommon for his parents to leave their wallet or their purse in vehicles outside. Remember that?
That is what's said, yes.
And that's, you told us you would have told the truth. True?
True.
Because he's a police officer trying to do his job, right?
I would assume so.
Yeah. You said it'd be highly unlikely for the gas tank to be full in the Blazer. Do you have a specific recollection sitting here in 2025 when you went to the mall of the level of the gas in the Blazer?
My older brother was driving that morning, but it would have been very strange to see a full tank of gas.
It certainly wasn't completely impossible, right?
Nearly.
You were the front seat passenger, right?
I know I was the front seat passenger on the way back, at least. I don't recall on the way there.
Your mom had told you on the way out, just come back when you're done from the mall, right?
No, she did not.
Okay. Well, what did she tell you?
She had instructed us that we were to go to the mall and that we had to go see a movie after the mall.
Okay.
I didn't want to see the movie. I had already seen the movie.
Understood. But she didn't tell you, I want you out of here until dinner time or 5 o'clock or anything like that, right?
She wanted us gone at minimum 4 hours.
Can we turn to that binder? Page 16, line 8. And you were asked the question, was there any discussion with your mom about when you needed the blazer back or how she'd come to get it or anything like that? Your answer was, I think she just said, come back when you're done. Then you were asked, so it wasn't a specific time. You didn't have any plans that afternoon. Your answer was no. Was that true when you gave that testimony under oath?
Yes, that was true.
Okay.
As I said, we were instructed to go to the mall, then to lunch.
Your Honor, no
I
question.
apologize.
Move to strike non-responsive. You said you saw your dad on the couch, is that right?
Correct.
And then you said he was sleeping, and I think you added something, right?
What did I add?
Well, he was sleeping as far as you knew, right?
Yes.
Okay. Like usual, right? Because he always slept on the couch. Take
I can't-
naps.
It wasn't common. He could have taken naps on the couch.
It was not common?
I don't recall.
Okay. If we go to page
Sure thing.
14 on this.
What page?
14, sir.
Sure.
Line 25 to the next page at line 4. All the way to line 15, line 4. You see that?
Page 14, line
Line 25
25.
to 15, line 4.
Okay.
You like laying on the couch, taking a nap like usual. True?
Yep.
And you didn't know what he was wearing, and you didn't really know where he was sitting, right?
I know where he was laying, yes.
Okay. But you didn't know what he was wearing because you were getting kind of rushed out of the house. Fair?
I did not see what he was wearing.
You asked some questions about domestic violence. You know, did mom hit dad? Did dad hit mom? You remember that?
When was I asked?
This morning?
Okay.
Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. You said you never heard dad hit, or you never saw dad hit mom. You remember telling us that?
Yep.
Did you hear dad hit mom?
No. I know there was allegations, but that I had physically witnessed, no.
Okay. Or heard?
Or heard, no, I wouldn't be able to hear.
But they never hit you, the boys, right? Mom and dad never hit the boys.
No. Not out of anger. I would have been disciplined, but
Okay. it was a, hold on, just a little bit more. Talking about the family relationship, everybody was close. You were equally close to mom and dad, true? Growing up.
Did you say equally close?
Yes.
No, I was my dad's son.
If we go back to this testimony again. On page 14, line 20.
Okay.
And that would be line 20 to 22. You weren't closer to mom or dad, equal as far as you were concerned, and the answer was, yeah. See that?
That's what it says, yes.
And that's what it says when you're under oath and answer to that question, right?
Okay. I was far closer to my dad.
Even though you swore to tell the truth then.
Yes.
And if your parents were to split up, you said it was just kind of too close to call who you're going to live with, right?
That's what I had said here.
Under oath when you were sworn to tell the truth.
I think it was irrelevant. My dad was dead at that point. Linda was all I had left.
But you were just asked a question about if they had split up before the fire,
Mm-hmm.
who you're going to live with, and you said it's just too close to call.
Yeah, I would have absolutely lived with my dad.
Okay. And you said this was maybe the worst argument the night before or that morning that you ever heard them, mom and dad, have?
Yeah, this was the worst argument.
Okay. You sure it just wasn't a medium type argument where
No.
dad was yelling more than louder than mom?
It was the worst argument that we had witnessed.
Okay. If we go to page 13, line 13 to 17, see that?
Yep.
Did you tell that lawyer under oath that the argument was, in terms of level, was medium, I guess?
That's what it says here, yes.
Give me just 1 second, Your Honor. You said you tried to talk to your mom a lot about the fire afterwards?
Did I say that I tried to talk to her a lot about the fire?
Did you?
Is there an instance you're referring to, or just in general, like over the next few years?
Yeah, just in general over the next 2 years.
I would bring it up, yes. I wanted clarification on some things.
If we turn to page 22. Line 6 to 14. You there?
I'm here.
Yeah. You never actually asked anybody. You testified under oath. You remember that? Including your mom.
Can you repeat that?
Sure. You never asked anybody, including your mom, about the fire you testified to.
I have asked details of that day.
Okay. But under oath you said no.
Can you repeat which line that is?
Sure. Just really quickly. Line 6 to 14. You said you never actually asked anybody. Your mom, the police, anybody? Not that I remember. True?
To the initial question, how the fire started?
Yes. And then you were asked, have you ever asked And you said, I never actually asked anybody.
I
Those were the questions you were asking, the answers you gave under oath, right?
Yep.
And they were true because you were under oath.
She gave me her version, and I wanted to believe that to be true.
The shed, the stuff that was stored in the shed, we've seen pictures of gas cans. There were some gas cans. What was stored in the shed generally?
It was a workshop area for my dad. There was a very large deep freezer that took up one side of the shed.
Freezer, what else?
Freezer, traps, hunting equipment, decoys. Hunting equipment like decoys. My dad was an avid duck hunter, also whitetail.
And you said, I think I heard you right this morning, you don't recall finding a box of photos or anything in the shed after the fire.
I don't recall. I wasn't allowed near the property.
Immediately after the fire?
No.
Like within a few weeks, months?
It took at least a month and a half before I was able to go back on the property.
When you did go back on the property, you remember being with Steve and Tina Benny?
They may have been there with Linda.
Okay. And you were going through stuff, trying to hopefully find some stuff that was important to you
Yeah.
and important to the family?
Yep.
Okay. You just don't remember any details of that, am I right? Finding anything in the shed, a box of pictures or anything?
It was rubble. I found little trinkets in the ashes, or
I'm talking about the shed.
the shed. I can't think of anything specifically that I would have pulled out of there.
Okay. And you don't recall being told by either mom or dad to take pictures out to the shed and put them in there?
Into the shed
Yes.
or the storage area
Well, you
with the
asked about-
overhang?
You asked about the shed,
The shed.
yeah, or the storage area, wherever it was. You don't recall being asked by mom or dad?
To bring pictures from the house out there?
Yes.
No, I don't.
Okay. And then finally, I just want to, one more time real quick with this vehicle. It's a Chevy Blazer. You're either in the front on the way back, you're in the front on the way back. You don't know if you're front and back on the way down, right?
Correct.
It's about 32 degrees. Remember being cold? It's January in winter.
May have been closer to 40 when we left.
Okay. In the winter in January, the windows would have been up, right? Do you have that memory?
I don't recall if we had the windows down at any point.
Do you recall there being any strong, unusual odor in the vehicle?
I don't recall one way or another.
Certainly, if something was stinking up the car, you'd probably remember that, right?
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
No? You've been in the car.
Allow for crossing
Thank you.
and overruled.
If there was something stinking up the car, you'd remember it.
I can't say.
You smelled gasoline before, obviously, right?
I have.
You know it's a strong, pungent odor.
I'm aware of what gasoline smells like.
Have you ever had gas in your car before? Like just from filling up a gas can?
Yes.
All right. It smells, doesn't it?
Yes.
Give me 1 second to consult, Your Honor. When you did find stuff when you were rummaging around trying to find valuables, you said you found trinkets?
Sure.
I just want to know.
I don't recall any specific thing.
Like baseball cards, you were a baseball card collector like I was when I was your age?
I had a very large collection of cards.
Did you find any cards?
I did not.
Do you know if anybody did?
Linda had given me a stack of cards that she said that Benny, I believe.
Steve?
Yep. Her 2 friends had found.
Okay.
They were given access to the property and were going through it much more than I was able
Okay.
to.
Thank you, sir, for your time.
Yes, sir.
Again.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I just want to clarify a couple of things. You said there were layers to your answer about why a gas can would be on the front porch. Can you talk about what you meant by that?
I felt at the last time I was giving a testimony, I was instructed to give yes or no answers to complex questions that weren't quite that black and white.
So you were not able to answer them fully?
Right. I was prompted to give a yes or no answer.
And were you able to ever explain that question or that answer?
No.
And how would you explain it today?
I couldn't think of any reason that there would be a gas can laying in the front or up at the front. I really think it was uncommon that it would have been. We had designated areas that we would have kept gas cans.
So those were the layers you were not able to explain.
Yes.
When you said it was usual for your dad to be taking a nap on the couch, was it usual that he took naps? Was it usual for that time of day?
I felt it was not the most common thing, but their argument had gone late into the night, and I didn't think it was weird that he would have been taking a nap, but the fact that he didn't wake up when we were leaving, I thought that was very uncommon for him. And as I said, he would have wanted us to know where we were going. He would have wanted us to tell him where we were going.
So that part wouldn't have been usual.
Right. Very unusual.
When you were asked about going to the mall and to the movie, you said that you felt you needed to be gone for a minimum of 4 hours. Why did you say that?
The way that she had discussed it that morning, because I didn't want to leave. I remember trying to get to my dad. That was one of the biggest reasons that I was trying to make my way to him, was because I knew if I was able to talk to him, he would say I could stay home that day. I didn't want to go. But she had framed it as, I said, can we just go to the mall and do what we have to do, make our returns, make a couple purchases? No, you have to go to the mall, you need to go to lunch, and you need to go to the movie theater after that.
And that's why you said it felt like a minimum.
Yes.
In 2009, you said you were living at an apartment.
October of 2009, yes.
October of 2009. Were you going to school?
I was.
Still relying on Linda financially?
At that point, I believe we had distanced ourselves from her.
Do you still need her help? For school aid or anything?
I don't believe so.
Did you feel that you still had to comply with her instructions on what to say?
No.
Not at that time?
No.
When did you feel that you had to say things according to her instructions?
Certainly when we were living with her, the first deposition, as I said, there was a few things that she wanted to make sure we were on the same page with. And the 2 years after the fire, we were still living with her. So, like I said, we just felt very isolated. The only information we were getting was from her. If other people brought information to us that was contrary to what she was telling us, she would try to cut off those relationships and just keep us isolated and let her narrative be the only one that we heard.
So you only knew what she told you?
Right.
during some of these interviews that you did with insurance or court hearings, did you withhold facts?
It's likely, yes.
When you were instructed to give yes and no answers, were you able to tell details?
No, absolutely not.
Did you feel free to start elaborating?
I did not.
Would you ever use the 1 gallon gas can to fill that large tractor?
No.
One of the areas that you said Linda instructed you specifically to talk a certain way about was the arguing. Is that correct?
Correct.
Would that be the extent of the argument?
Yes. She wanted us to downplay the severity of it.
You started to kind of talk a little bit about how Linda felt about her horses. Can you tell me how she talked about them?
It was like that was all she cared about. She would have anywhere from 20 to 30 horses at a time, and they would be kept at various properties so that my dad wouldn't find out how many we actually had. It was always a sore subject in our family because it was just turned into an obsession that was draining our family financially.
Did she spend a lot of time with those horses?
Quite a bit, yes.
Did she love those horses?
Yes.
Did Linda, before any of those depositions or hearings, did Linda ever say, "I just want you to tell the truth"?
No.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. I want to make sure we are all clear on this timeline. When you spoke to the police in October of 2009, you weren't living with Linda anymore, true?
Correct.
And you were not under her, I'm going to say, control, true?
Correct.
And I think, weren't you 18 by that time?
Yes.
So you're a grown adult, making your own decisions, true?
For the most part, yes.
Okay. And you told us you spoke the truth to the officer, so whatever the report that we talked about, when I showed you those sections, that was the truth, right?
I would have wanted to be truthful with the officers.
And when you gave testimony in January of 2010, you were not living with Linda Stermer.
Correct.
You weren't under her control.
No, I was not.
You were a grown man.
Yes.
And you swore to tell the truth in a court just like this, probably in this courthouse, and you told the truth.
Yes, sir.
So when I've shown you those sections from that testimony in 2010, that was the truth, right?
I certainly want to be truthful.
Okay. You said it was your habit to say bye to Dad, right? When
To
you
say
leave the
goodbye to
house.
my dad, yes.
Yeah. But you didn't talk to him this time. He was sleeping. You knew he was sick, had been sick, right?
He may have been on the mend. He had an ear infection prior to the fire. I think he was on the mend.
In any event, you didn't talk to him and you didn't wake him up because he was sleeping. Fair?
I would have woken him up.
But you didn't, right?
I was stopped.
And finally, this idea of, you were asking questions right now about not wanting to go to the movie. One of your good buddies is Steve Dunn. He's the guy who called you about the fire from when you were in the theater, right?
Yes.
And you hang out with him all the time.
Yes.
With your brothers too, right?
Correct.
And you were both, all three, the brothers were close, right?
My brothers and I were all close.
Yes.
For the most part.
As brothers, sure, you fight, but as brothers, you loved each other and were close.
Yes.
That there were plans to go to the mall the next day, the Sunday of the fire that you had been making with Steve Dunn. You remember that?
That we were to include Stephen,
Yeah.
as in he was supposed to come with us.
You had been making plans the Saturday night, which would have been the 6th, right? Fire's Sunday the 7th.
I follow that timeline, yes.
Okay. On the 6th with your buddy Steve, was he your buddy or Corey's buddy?
He was Corey's age, but we all hung out together.
Okay. Y'all hung out on a regular basis because, like you said, not a whole lot to do in Lawrence.
I wouldn't say that.
This is on a Sunday, this is on a Saturday, you were making plans, but then Stephen didn't want to go to the movie, am I right?
I don't recall him being invited.
Okay. In this examination you gave, on page 9, line 19, to line 24, you let me know when you're there.
Okay.
Okay. You and your buddy Steve and your brother just usually go out because there's nothing to do around there. Lawrence, where you live. Fair?
I don't see any reference to Stephen.
Well, we would just usually go out because there's nothing to do around there. The point is, you go out and hang out at malls and stuff like teenagers do.
We would go to the mall periodically.
Okay. During that summer of 2009, where were you staying? In Macedonia?
The summer of 2009.
Yes. After Mom had been charged.
No, not Macedonia.
Were you living with your aunt or were you living with your grandma?
I believe I stayed with my grandma for a short while before moving into the Arboretum there.
I don't have any more questions for you. Thank you for your time, sir.
Yes, sir.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Jury, do you have any questions of this witness, anyone? Okay, I see several hands going up. Questions from the jury? No objection from counsel. There is one question I've determined under the law not to ask, but I am asking the others. Did you or your brothers have Linda's second cell phone?
I don't believe we would have had possession of that cell phone at any point.
At any, the day you left to the mall and movie?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay. Were pictures ever hung on the walls after you moved in?
A few, not very many.
Did the baseball cards look as if they had been in a fire, or were they in perfect condition?
They looked like they had smoke damage.
About what time was the last time you heard your dad's voice the morning of the fire?
There was the argument around 9 o'clock. At around 10 o'clock, I think it was silent upstairs, and that was the last I heard him.
Okay. Did you ever receive money from insurance to replace your lost things?
No, I did not.
When you drove the tractor, did you ever fill it with gas or diesel fuel?
It used gas fuel.
And some of these are kind of repetitive, but I will ask them again. The baseball cards you received, were they yours from prior to the fire?
They were my baseball cards. It was only a small fraction of my collection, and it seemed as though somebody had gone through and picked out the better ones.
Okay. And again, were they damaged by smoke, water, etc.? If not, where were they found, if you know?
There were yellowing. I was very meticulous about how I kept my card collection. I'd put them into penny sleeves and then to top loaders, and then I had a large case that I kept all of my cards in. When I received the cards from Linda, there was only a fraction of my collection, and there was smoke damage, but they were intact. There was, by smoke damage, I say all the penny loaders were yellowed and looked like smoke.
Okay. What film were you supposed to see? Was there a specific showtime?
I don't know if we were told to see a specific film. The film that we ended up watching was called Aragon, and the showtime was 2:40. I know that because I still have a ticket stub in my possession.
Where were any firearms or ammunition stored?
My dad had a gun safe, actually in the furnace room, under the stair there. There was a large area where he kept his guns and ammunition.
Is your perception of the truth today different than your perception of the truth at the time of the fire and previous interviews?
I have a very clear memory of what happened that day as I sit here today. Everything I've said I believe to be truthful.
What was the typical use for a 1-gallon gas tank on your property?
I don't recall any specific use for a 1-gallon tank.
Around what date did you start calling your mother Linda?
Before the first time I testified, June of 2009 was the year I graduated, and she was charged in that same time frame, so June of 2009.
Please refresh. Where was your dad the day of the fire in the living room?
He was laying on the couch right under the bay window area. His head was facing towards the south of the house.
Okay, thank you. Counsel, any questions in light of those questions and answers from the jury or from the witness?
Did you have your own cell phone at that time?
I did.
And did your brothers have their own cell phones too?
Corey definitely did. I'm not sure about Trenton, but I think it was likely.
And so any phones that your parents had, they would then have them?
No.
I'm sorry, any phones that your dad and Linda had, you wouldn't have been carrying?
No, absolutely not.
And I just want to clarify the question that you were asked about perception of truth. Did you testify and go into those depositions with the idea of trying to mislead?
I wanted to be as truthful as possible. When Linda told us to say it was a chimney fire, I wanted to believe that to be true. So that was my perception of truth at that time.
So your perception is you were trying to believe what you were being told?
Yes.
So today when you sit here, you're telling us what you believe to be true, correct?
Absolutely.
What you were told by Linda was true, is that correct?
Objection.
Can you rephrase? That's confusing.
Sorry. So today you're telling the jury what Linda told you to say.
Objection, form, leading.
It is leading. Stay.
When you're sitting here today, are you testifying today from your memory?
Yes.
Does your memory include statements Linda made?
Somewhat, yes.
And your memory includes what you remember?
Absolutely, yes.
I don't have any further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
The cards, the baseball cards that you got back, you said they looked like they had smoke damage.
Yes,
I mean, they looked like they'd been in a fire, right?
sure.
Okay. And you don't, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but you don't know if you were specifically going to see a movie. You ended up seeing Aragon was the movie?
We saw Aragon, yes.
Okay, but you had been at the mall buying stuff,
Right.
right? So you're just at the mall, and then you just, whatever, as a group, decided we're going to go see the 240 show, Aragon.
I think my brothers wanted to see that, and the time lined up with after we were finished at the mall there.
You recall you even bought an American Eagle shirt at the mall?
I did, yeah.
All right.
I do recall.
So it wasn't a direction, we are going to the mall to see this movie at this time. That's just how it happened to work out. Fair?
That's fair.
Okay. This question about your perception of the truth then versus now, you knew what the truth was then, true?
During the deposition, I did not know what the truth was.
In 2009 when you talked to, and you weren't under oath when you talked to the police officer in October '09, but you still told the truth, right?
My perception of truth in 2009, I still, like I said, I was isolated. I had just stopped living with Linda, and I hadn't learned of hardly any details. Felt like I was living under a rock with everything that emerged.
Did you just tell us about 20 minutes ago when I was asking you questions that you were a grown man in October of 2009, not under her control? Did you tell me that?
Yes.
And so you knew the truth, what the truth was at 18 years old, right?
I knew what I believed to be true, and that's what I testified to.
Okay. And when you testified at that hearing in this courthouse in January 2010, your perception of the truth was you knew what the truth was and how to tell the truth under oath, right?
Yes, I would want to tell the truth under oath.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Jury, any other questions? I've got one more question coming in. Sir, more questions, no objection from counsel. Did you always store your baseball cards in your room, and if not, where?
As I said, my dad had just completed my bedroom. I know the day before the fire, I was shuttling things between rooms, moving all of my possessions up into my room. I was really excited to have my own room for the first time. Probably half of my collection was in my room. The other half would have been in my brother's at that point.
Did the penny sleeves show signs of heat damage?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Counsel, any more questions in light of those questions and answers?
Half your collection was upstairs in the loft, all right?
A good portion of it was upstairs in the loft. I know my Pokemon cards were up there. My Pokemon cards, which would have been much more valuable today.
And then the other half was downstairs in the basement where Corey and Trenton were living.
The collection in question, I know to be in a specific case that I had, and that would have been still in my brother's room.
In the basement.
Yeah, I didn't receive the whole case, just a portion of them.
Thank you.
Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Excuse from his subpoena, counsel?
I'd ask that you please be excused, Your Honor.
No problem, Your Honor.
Thank you. So you're all done. You're excused from your subpoena. Swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Please have a seat. And once you're settled in, we'll have you give us your full name and spell your last, please. Okay. Yep.
I'm Len McHugh, last name MC, capital H-U-G-H.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir. Can you tell us, back in January of '07, what were you doing for a living?
Insurance adjuster, independent insurance adjuster.
What does that involve?
I'm licensed through the state of Michigan, and I get hired by various insurance carriers to do claims for them.
Do you have a specialty in terms of claims?
I'm licensed for property and liability, casualty, and work comp, but I do mostly property.
Back in January of 2007, were you doing property in connection with this fire at the Stermer residence?
Yes, I was.
Can you explain to us, first of all, how did you get notice there's a fire and then you're going to do some adjusting?
So how we got notified of it, Farm Bureau Insurance had hired our company to start the fire assignment. It was supposed to be basically a limited assignment because the large loss adjuster for Farm Bureau was going to eventually take it over, and he didn't. So they assigned it to our company, and then I was the adjuster that was assigned by J&S Claim Service, my employer at the time.
If the fire was January 7, 2007, about what day did you first actively get involved?
I think it was January 9th is when we received it.
Did you make contact with Linda Stermer?
Yes.
What was the purpose of that?
To set up a time to go out and take photographs and start the claim process.
Tell us, if you would, the claim process. What are you doing when you're talking about going and taking photographs?
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go there and determine the cost to rebuild the house, and we usually do the personal property as well. And I go out and I interview the person that I go to and take a recorded statement. Usually get a consent form from them.
That would be the owner of the house?
Yes.
You call that the insured?
Yes, we call them the insured.
Okay. So in this particular case, you're representing the homeowner's insurance, right?
Correct.
You contact Linda Stermer?
Yes.
Did she ask you anything about why you're contacting her?
Yes, she did.
What did she ask you?
She said that she was wondering why I was calling her because
Object right now, just this is hearsay, the way it's framed.
A question.
I don't know if a question
not-
is a statement or an assertion,
It is not.
so I'll overrule the objection.
Thank you.
If it's a statement from Linda Stermer, Your Honor, it's hearsay.
Thank you.
Can it be proven true or false? How can a question be offered for the truth of the matter? So, anyway, I'll overrule the objection.
Thank you. Sir?
Okay, go
What
ahead.
question did Linda ask you?
she asked me why I was contacting her.
And what did you tell her?
I said because the insurance claim was turned in for her fire.
And what did she ask you about her knowledge of whether she even had property insurance?
I
She,
guess I'm just going to object. These are Linda Stermer's statements. They're being offered for the truth of the matter. They're out-of-court statements. He's not a party opponent. They're hearsay.
And by definition, Your Honor, MRE 801 says a question is not hearsay. It can't be proven true or false.
Overrule the objection.
Thank you. Go ahead.
she wanted to know why I was contacting her because she thought she didn't have insurance.
She didn't even think she had property insurance.
Correct?
All right. So you ultimately do interview her
I do.
on the 9th,
On the 10th?
on the 10th. And on the 10th, you also went and inspected the house, the property.
Yes.
You're a personal property, is that called personal property?
Property adjuster.
Okay, all the contents, TV, sofas, whatever, clothing.
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, may I approach a witness? I'm going to show you defendant's proposed exhibit N as in Nancy, and ask for you to look at that and tell us if you know what that is.
Yes, those are my photographs.
It's got 14 pages, and if you look at page 1 through 9, what date would those pictures have been taken?
January 10th, 2007.
Same day you interviewed Ms. Stermer?
Yes.
And then you came back, if I look at the last 5 pages,
Yes.
What day did you come back?
January 15th, 2007.
Okay. What's the purpose of taking pictures like this?
Is to document the file. We take pictures all the way around the exterior and then interior pictures.
Okay. You took all the pictures.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of Exhibit N.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you. What I want to do is have you just kind of describe your process and the photos as we go through them. Is that okay?
Sure.
Page number 1, what I'm going to do is I'll just go through, kind of call out the upper right corner, and you tell us what that is, and then we'll go through the picture, okay?
Okay.
What is January 10? You're the adjuster,
Yes.
and this is what? East?
What's, oh, the first picture?
Yes.
Yes, east, correct.
Okay. And before we do that, I'm going to blow this up a little bit. Just so you have your bearings. In case you're directionally challenged. Is that your drawing you obtained?
Yes.
Where'd
I
you
did that.
obtain, you didn't obviously draw that by, on a CAD
That's-
machine or something.
That's a blueprint from when the proposal was set up for the building official to authorize a permit for the house to be built.
Where'd you get the drawings?
From the building official?
Nobody prevented you from doing that? You just go down there and get a copy of drawings?
I got a copy of them. I don't remember how I got I got them from there.
Okay. Can everybody see over this? I'll drop it down a little. I'll do this. And as you can see, west is facing the back of the house,
Correct.
front of the house down here, east,
Yes.
and obviously north to the right. So
Yes.
when we talk about directions.
Mhm.
Okay. So this is obviously facing east, you said, to just the front of the house.
Yes.
What are you doing in the first, several pictures? We're going to go through those. What's your process?
I'm taking a picture of each side of the house.
So you're just kind of doing a walk around?
Yes.
All right. So if we go to the next picture, oops. This will be the north view. You're going to take a picture of the north side of the house.
Yes.
What are you trying to do? Just get an idea of the general nature of the damage?
Yes.
All right. Then we go, this next one is the west, the back of the house.
Correct.
And that shows obviously the rear. It shows some little bit of debris in the back of the house.
Yes.
Do you know who's been there before you?
Not for sure who was there.
If this is January 10, were you aware that Scott Leroy, the fire marshal, had been there on the 8th?
I don't know.
Okay. You're just taking pictures.
I'm taking pictures. Yes.
Same thing, walking around.
Yes.
South would be the left side of the house.
Yes.
Okay. And then I want to show you this third page, your picture, number 5. It says, view of debris, photo taken from where?
Taken from the east side of the dwelling into the main level. So this is depicting a
photo coming from the right side of the house?
I
East
think
side?
the front's the east. I think it's probably from the front door.
Okay.
Probably looking in the front. I didn't go in the house that much. Wasn't safe.
Why did you not go into the house on January 10? The first day you're there?
If I did go in the house, I was just barely inside the doors, but it's not safe. Don't want to fall through the floors.
Not safe because there's too much debris all around?
Well, you don't want to fall into the basement.
Did you have some idea as you walked around that the first floor had all collapsed into the basement?
When I first walked around, no, I didn't have. I did when I walked up to it and looked in the front door, then I can see that it was not safe to walk in there.
Okay. This is just a picture of the general debris you're seeing as you're looking through the front door?
Yes.
All right. And then view of debris. Can you read that for me, this photo?
Taken from the east side of the dwelling, looking into the first level.
Okay. And that's a little hard to see because it's just a copy, but it's just more of the debris that's all through this house?
Yes.
Okay. Well, next I want to look at these. This is view of debris outside the west side of the walkout basement, which would have been the back, where the bay window is.
Correct.
All right. And what is it on January 10 you're trying to depict here?
I'm just taking a picture of whatever's outside the house.
Okay. Just a few pieces of pipe, as far as you can see?
Yeah, I'm not sure what it is. I just took pictures of the debris.
Okay.
I didn't know if it was going to be personal property items or not.
And you don't know who put it there?
No clue.
Photo 8. Continuation of the prior photo on the west side of the walkout basement. So the first one was west side. Just shows a little bit more debris.
Correct.
All right. If I circle, try to see if I can blow this up a little bit. Do you know what that is?
It looks like a mattress box spring.
And do you have any idea what these are here, the metal and the spring?
I'm not sure. It could be a couch.
Go to the next picture. View of the basement rec living room facing southwest. So if we go to our again, this is already previously admitted exhibit O, another drawing you received
Okay.
from the building department. And if you can help orient us, that's looking from where to where?
View of basement, rec, living room facing southwest.
Do you know where you are?
I'd probably be right at the bump out right there, more than likely, facing southwest.
Southwest, facing this way, looking from where?
Not somewhere in that room.
Okay.
I couldn't
You
tell you
weren't
if I walked along the wall and got in there, but I didn't go in there that much, that very far.
You didn't get into the house, into the main area, right? Because of danger, you said?
That's the basement area.
Right.
If I would have went in the house, it would have been in the basement only.
But you said you didn't get in very far because of safety?
Correct.
Okay. Same thing, facing northeast along the north wall. So north wall facing northeast. This is just more rubble you're seeing, just
Yes.
trying to get an idea.
Yeah. Probably doing a panoramic around the room. That's probably what I'm
Okay.
doing.
Next picture, number 11, you actually got into the laundry room, or were you taking pictures through windows?
I couldn't tell you for sure if I zoomed my camera in on those or I was in near the laundry room. I could have been in the house.
And the laundry room was over here on the south side?
Yeah, I probably took a picture from the doorway.
Okay. Same thing, view of the basement bathroom facing east. The basement bathroom is in the southeast corner of the house?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Fallen framing from the basement bathroom facing north toward the utility room. What do you mean fallen framing?
Which picture? Which picture?
I believe it's 11. Let me go back. I think it's 11. Number 13, my fault. Where are we here?
Facing north towards the utility room, so must be in the bathroom down in the southeast corner.
You're actually taking a picture of the stuff in the bathroom?
Looks like it.
Number 14, more fallen framing in the basement bedroom. Do you know which bedroom it was?
No.
Okay. Safe to say, is there debris scattered all over this
Correct.
whole area?
Yes.
A view from the basement facing northeast. So that'd be the lower left corner of our drawing. Northeast,
Okay.
yes?
Yes.
All right. And that shows, what are you trying to show here? Do you see this green? Are these shingles from the roof?
What picture is that?
I'm on 14.
It looks like the shingles from the roof.
Okay. And then picture 16, view of debris in the basement bedroom. And that's all framing that has fall down.
Yes.
So those are the pictures you took on January 10. Then you came back.
Yes, I did.
Why'd you come back? Oh, I'm in the 17 now. One more page. View of debris in the basement bedroom again, just more of the same, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you come back on the 15th. Have you coordinated with anybody to come back?
Yes, they were gonna dig the fire out, I think with an excavator, so I was there just to look at contents, personal property,
Who are you dealing with?
whoever the cause and origin person was.
Do you recall the name Jim Shinsky?
Yes.
Have you ever worked with him before?
Yes.
All right, so you remember he was out there,
Yes.
and did he bring the excavator?
I don't think he did. He probably had a
all
subcontractor
right.
out there.
But he arranged for it as far as you knew?
Yes.
There was an excavator there, right?
They were gonna dig it out, and that's why I was there.
Okay. Dig it out, you mean excavate.
Excavate so they can get in there. I think it was frozen.
Do you recall that big excavator knocking down walls of the house so people could get in?
No,
You don't remember that?
no, I just took the pictures of the inside of it.
Okay. If we look at that first picture, debris in the southwest corner of the living room, southwest, facing south. Facing this way, so you're standing somewhere taking a picture toward the south and the southwest corner
Yes.
of the whole living room area?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
And that's what you're seeing?
Yes.
Same thing, view the contents in the basement laundry room. Now we're back in the laundry room on the south side, right?
Yes.
Can you tell what you're seeing, or just a bunch of rubble?
I'm not sure what it is.
Okay. Picture 3, a view of the southeast corner of the basement bathroom. The bathroom's down here in the lower left corner, right?
Yes.
Okay. More rubble in every single room, right?
Correct.
Okay. View the basement utility room. As we saw, the utility room is right here at the bottom and would have been underneath the front of the house.
Yes, it would have been on the front.
Okay. And we're getting toward the end here, but photograph 5 of the basement closet behind the fireplace facing north. So you are behind the fireplace. Behind the fireplace facing north, taking a photograph toward the right side of the house.
Yeah, it's the lower half of the closet,
Oh,
bottom half of the closet.
okay.
The next one's the upper half.
Then photo 6, same thing, right? Just
Yeah.
more of the same.
Yeah.
We'll skip over that. Now, your content, you're looking for personal property,
Yes.
furniture, TV, clothes, anything.
Yes.
View of debris in the basement facing northeast. Right? And looks like a frying pan of some sort.
Yes.
And some clothes and looks like cards maybe. Yes?
Cards. Next picture, cards, yes. for
Oh,
sure.
okay. So this next picture, the last page, actually almost the last page. Photograph 9, view of sports cards in the basement utility room facing east. So you were able to find some personal property, right,
Yes.
that you had been looking for,
Yes.
including a bunch of baseball cards and debris, right?
Yes.
Okay. And also you found some record albums.
Yes.
And that's the end of the photograph. So you found some, but safe to say, there's been a description that there was 2 feet of rubble in the basement from everything falling down. Based on your inspection, would you agree with that? There was a lot of debris throughout.
There's a lot of debris. There always is.
Okay. No more questions for this witness. Thank you, Your Honor. Your witness. Let me shut this down.
Mr. McHugh, you worked with Mr. Shinsky, is that correct?
He was an independent cause and origin person who's retired from Michigan State Police. I met him back when he worked for the state police.
Did you also then work on with this investigation with Mr. Willison?
I attended a deposition one time.
So you were present at some point when Mr. Willison interviewed?
Yes.
And you said that was a deposition?
That was a deposition on, I believe, one of her sons.
And you mentioned that you knew Sergeant Leroy. You knew him prior to this?
Yes.
Is it common for law enforcement and the insurance companies to share information?
I think they can do an FM 64 and they can get our file. They can give us information. We don't get their file. They can subpoena our file.
So you give your information to them if they ask for it?
Yes, with that form. I think it's FM 64.
So they just fill out a form and then you give your information to them?
They send it to the insurance company and then they release it from there. We don't, as an independent adjusting company, we don't release that.
And you said you actually then spoke to Ms. Stermer on the 10th and the 15th?
On the 10th.
On the 10th. The 15th, was that just the day you went to take pictures?
Yes.
Okay. So just on the 10th you spoke to Ms. Stermer?
Yes.
And
I did speak to her another day, but I don't know what day it was.
okay. Was that an actual transcribed statement on a different day?
No, on the 10th, I took a recorded statement from her, took these photos, and then I met with her later after I wrote the estimate up, and we walked through the things in the various rooms.
Oh, go ahead.
In reference, because the house was not 100% complete, so we had to go through, and maybe some rooms didn't have carpet, some rooms didn't have trim, and that's when we walked through that.
So is it an accurate statement when I say that most of your interview with her was about personal items in the home?
Basically the interview was mostly what was what room was each one and what was in the rooms. That was a lot of our statement. And at the end, they talked about what happened that night.
And I'll get to that. I'll get to that. But most of it was concerning then about the rooms and the contents and what was finished in each room.
Yes.
And you don't know how any of the debris got in certain areas of the house, do you?
No.
And so on one of those pictures, I believe on picture number 9, you could just take a look at that. I believe that one showed some cards.
From
Baseball
what
cards,
date? What
cards.
date? The 10th or the 15th?
That would have been on the 15th.
Okay. Okay. Yes.
And you testified that those were some sort of cards.
Sports cards, more than likely,
And where were those found?
in the basement.
And then I want to have you take a look at then what you stated on picture 8 on the 15th. And
Okay.
I believe there was something of a reference to a frying pan.
That's what it looks like. It's like a frying pan in the bottom of the picture.
And what's that picture? What room is that?
That's also in the basement,
And what room in the basement?
in the utility room.
So there's a frying pan in the utility room,
Yes.
and that's immediately adjacent to the laundry room. Is that correct? According to the drawing that's been
Yes.
submitted?
Yes.
So you didn't go into the home to actually take a lot of the pictures?
Well, the house was obviously a total loss. So I was trying to see how many personal property photos I could take. So when she turned her inventory in, then I could see that some of the stuff was visible. Usually in these type of claims, there's not much visible, and you just have to go by what they're putting down.
So most of the pictures were taken then from, were you outside of the house?
Some were outside. Looks like I may have been inside a little bit, but I'm not going under the debris that's hanging down or where I can't get into the rooms. That's why some of those are, like from the bedroom, there's only one picture of the bedroom. I'm not going to crawl over debris to go take a picture of the opposite direction.
And you said the only place that you did step into was into the basement area?
Yes.
And you couldn't go into the first floor?
According to the pictures, it looks like that was already collapsing down.
So was there anything left of that first floor?
Not much.
I'm just asking him about his pictures, Your Honor, and why he didn't go in.
A lot of it collapsed into the basement.
In your conversation where you were talking then with Ms. Stermer the first time on the 10th, did she tell you she had received some life insurance?
Yeah, she's had 2 policies.
And she received some money?
She said that there was 2 life insurance policies. I don't know if she received any monies or not.
She just stated she had some.
Yes, I believe I asked her.
So I want to talk to you a little bit about when you change gears from talking about personal items into talking about the actual incident. So when did you then start talking to her about what actually happened?
What I did is I recorded our conversation with a cassette tape. I had to flip the tape over, and that's when it ran out on that transcribed statement. So I wanted to find out more about the house because Farm Bureau already had hired someone to do the cause and origin. So my focus was the claim itself, the insurance portion of it. And then I asked her at the end of what happened.
So you waited until the end after
Yes.
you've gone through all the personal items. What was Ms. Stermer's demeanor during this interview?
She was very calm.
Was she anxious in any way?
No, very cooperative.
And that was why you were going through then the contents of the house?
Yes.
Did she show any emotion as you were going through the contents of the house?
The only time she showed emotion when I asked her if she ran her husband over with the van. And she
And when
showed
was-
some motion there. That was it.
So she only showed emotion at the very end when you asked a question?
Yes.
And I'm sorry, what was the question you asked?
If she knew if she ran her husband over with the van.
And what did she say?
She said, I don't know, but I thought she was going to start crying when I asked her that
So that was the only time she showed emotion?
I recall.
When you were talking to her about the house and the incident, not the personal items, but the actual incident, did she talk to you about her husband, Todd?
Just that he owned a business and he sold, I don't know, gloves or something. That's what he did.
Did she talk to
He
you
was
about
self-employed.
self-employed? Did she talk to you about any potential actions that would have caused the fire?
Not that I recall.
Anything that Todd did?
About the fuel oil line you're talking about? Is that what you're asking me?
What did she talk to you about with the fuel oil line?
That he had bled the fuel oil line the night before or the day before. There was air in the line.
And she said that that would have been a potential cause?
No, she just told me that there was fuel oil on his clothes.
She told you there was fuel oil on his clothes?
He may have got fuel oil on his clothes from doing that.
Thank you. Just a few questions, sir. When you interviewed her, she was completely cooperative, right?
Correct?
Answered every one of your questions?
Yes?
Didn't fight you on any questions?
No.
You understand? Were you aware she was in the middle of making funeral arrangements that week?
I was when I called her. She was at the funeral home, I believe, in one of my reports.
When you say she was calm, you could also describe her as numb.
Probably, yes.
And then finally, this idea of fuel oil lines. She was just suggesting, I don't know, maybe he had fuel oil on his clothes.
Yes, she told me that.
Yeah, she didn't. You didn't get the impression she knew he had fuel oil on his clothes.
Well, she mentioned that he was bleeding. He had air in the line or something, and he may have got fuel on his clothes, and there may be fuel oil in the washing machine. He may have washed his clothes.
She was just kind of speculating.
I don't know.
Okay.
She wasn't
Thank you.
there.
Just one last question, Your Honor. When you're looking at these two drawings, so this is the basement, this is the first floor, correct?
Correct.
If I lay them on top of each other, is that accurate? Like in terms of how the house was built?
The other way around.
The other way around?
Yes.
This on it. So when I'm looking, like what's above the utility room and the laundry room?
What's above the utility room is the foyer,
The foyer
the front door foyer. Yeah.
is above the utility room?
Yep, and looks like part of the office as well, in the guest bath.
And then what would be then on top of the laundry and the bath?
The master bath and the office.
So the kitchen is not anywhere near the laundry and the utility room?
No.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Yes, you don't know in the chaos how anything got anywhere in this whole house full of debris and rubble in a collapse of a fire, right?
Usually everything falls down.
But you don't know how anything or where anything was or anything, right?
No.
Thank you.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Jury, do you have any questions of this witness? No? May he be excused from subpoena? These other ones?
No objection.
Yes, I'll take that and ask that he be excused.
Please. This way. You raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay, why don't you have a seat on the stand there? And then if you could move the microphone so it's right in front of your mouth so the jury can hear you. And then once you're settled in there, tell us your full name and spell your last, please.
My name is Cassandra Grigg, Grigg.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Gray, would you explain how you know the, well, let me just strike. Do you know the Stermers?
Yes, I do.
Did you know Mr. Todd Stermer?
Yes, I do.
Did you know Linda Stermer?
Yes, I do.
Did you know the children?
Yes, all five.
Could you briefly explain how your knowledge of the Stermers became?
I was friends with someone who lived down the street from them, and I was introduced to her and started babysitting. When I was 15, I moved in with her and Todd for a while, and we've always been friends since. She then turned around and babysat my three oldest kids for me while I was working. Her daughter lived with me for a while. Like, we've just always been family.
And you stated that you lived in the home with the Stermers when you was age 15.
Yes,
And how long did you live with them?
I believe 2 years.
Okay. And from the period of time of, if we go back to 2004 to 2007, did you spend a lot of time with the Stermers during that period of time?
Correct. I saw them every Friday and every Monday.
And what was the occasion for Fridays and Mondays?
I worked the weekend, 12-hour shifts from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. So it was easiest, as I stated, Linda did babysit for me, to take my kids out on Friday night and then come back and pick them up on Monday.
And the house that burned down, had you been to that house during the time that Mr. Stermer was building the home?
Yes.
Did you spend time over there after they had moved into the home?
Yes.
Okay. And can you briefly describe the status of the conditions of the house as it was, you know, when they moved in? And would it be fair to say that it was not completed when they moved in? Is that right?
The house was never completed, no.
Okay. What was the basement like?
The basement had a slider door to it. There was a fireplace. Laundry was downstairs. It's where my kids, they spent the most time downstairs in the basement.
Do you recall whether or not the floor of the basement was concrete or not?
No, it wasn't.
Okay. And what about the living area were you familiar with the living area of the home?
Correct. Nothing was finished in the house. All the flooring throughout was like board, OSB board. You could see some of the installation around the windows. In the living room upstairs, there was a slider door, but there was no deck or anything attached to it. The fireplace upstairs didn't have any drywall on it or anything. It was all board. Todd did complete the ceiling in there. He put these, I don't know what they're called. He said it was walnut, and they look like wood planks. He used that and completed the ceiling with that.
The fireplace, was it a fireplace in the living area?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall how the fireplace in the living area was situated and how it was, what it was surrounded with?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Yes, the fireplace in the living area. Mm-hmm. Did the walls on the fireplace in the living area, were they completed?
No, they were all board. There was no drywall on them. They were all boarded, like the OSB boards.
Around the fireplace?
Around the fireplace.
In the living area?
In the living area.
And was there a fireplace in the basement?
Correct, yes.
And was the fireplace in the basement, was it completed?
No.
Was the wall similar to the same as was in the living area?
Yes.
Okay. Were you ever there when they were using the fireplace in the wintertime?
Yeah. The basement fireplace was used often.
Okay. There's the driveway of the house, when you come in off the road. What was the conditions that you recall in reference to the driveway into the property? Was it gravel?
It was, depends on which areas of the driveway, but yeah, it was like clay with some stone.
Okay.
The further closer you got to the house where the more vehicles parked, it was just all like clay, and any kind of wetness, a light rain, a light snow would make it very, very slick.
To park or to
park.
drive in? Is that right?
Yeah.
Had you ever experienced that yourself as far as driving on the property?
Yeah, my car had gotten stuck several times. I started parking down in the back of the house for that reason.
Okay. And when did Ms. Stermer start babysitting for you?
2005.
2005. Okay. Your experience around the family, did you get a feeling that the boys, the mother and the father and the daughters got along good?
For the most part. I mean, they're family, so they squabbled some, but they all got along.
Okay. Were you familiar with any of the storage area that they kept some of their valuables in?
I'm not familiar with that.
You wasn't
I
familiar?
was told there was one, but I've not
But you never
really-
went out there?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Did you ever go back to the house after the house was burned to assist with anything?
I went one time with Linda when she was looking for her wedding band.
And you was there with her?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Do you know whether or not you all found her? You
No,
found her?
we didn't.
Okay. From your experience, did this home, based upon what you had observed, did it seem like it was going to be the ultimate home for?
Your Honor, I'm going to object that speculation is leading.
Any response?
Beg your pardon?
Any response?
My response is, I'm just asking her, what did she see or what did you hear in reference to the home itself from Mr. Stermer or Ms. Stermer?
Okay. The way the question's phrased now will sustain the objection as to it calls for speculation.
Did you ever observe anything unusual about the family nucleus from the time that you had known Mr. and Mrs. Stermer?
As in, I don't know what you might be referring to.
Well, did you ever see any violence in the home?
Yes,
When?
throughout the whole time I've known them. Mostly when I lived with them in Portage.
So this is two places two different locations you lived with the Stermers?
I lived with them in their home when they lived in Portage, and the house in Lawrence she babysat my kids at.
So the house in Lawrence, did you live in that house
No,
at all?
no.
So you never lived in that house?
No, I never lived in that house.
You just was over there on a lot of occasions you spent.
Correct.
At
I
that
spent a
house.
lot. I spent a lot of family stuff with them, like graduation parties, Christmases, holidays, birthday parties. Plus, she had my kids every weekend. So
At the home in Lawrence?
yes, correct.
Okay. May I have just a second, Judge? Ms. Griggs, prior to January the 7th of 2007, which was the date of the fire, when was the last time that you were at the house?
I believe it had been about 4 weeks.
About 4 weeks?
Yes.
Okay. And when I was asking about the conditions of how you, I'm going to say, how would you describe the unfinished parts of the house, did you ever see any smoke detectors installed in the house?
No. There was holes cut in the ceiling, and you could see wires hanging down, but there was no actual smoke detectors. And I remember this clearly because I was court ordered to take a video of the house in a custody battle with my son's father, and he wanted to be able to see where my kids were being watched at. And the house was unfinished, there was no smoke detectors, and I never made the video because he would have eaten me alive with it.
So you had actually seen every part of this house?
The only part of the house I didn't see any of the bedrooms.
None of the bedrooms?
None of the bedrooms. Never been in any of the bedrooms.
But all the other rooms, the basement, you didn't see. You said had there been any attempt to place
fire detectors in the basement.
Yeah, I remember there was a hole down there in the ceiling with 2 wires hanging out, like it was set to put the fire detector in there, but it never got put in.
Okay. And that was the same way on the living area?
The same way, I remember the one in the kitchen as well.
Okay. I have no further questions, Sean.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Gregg.
Good afternoon.
So I just want to ask you a couple clarifying items, okay? So how would you describe your friendship with Ms. Stermer at the time of the fire?
We had a good friendship.
Were you very close?
Yes.
Did you talk about a lot?
I mean, yeah.
And at that time, you said you had known her for how long?
I've known her since I was 14.
And I don't mean to get personal, but how old are you now?
I'm 47.
So you're 47. So when you're talking about babysitting, you're not talking about babysitting the boys.
No, she babysat. When I was younger, I babysat for her children.
Which child? Which children?
All 5 of them. Ashley, Brittany, Trevor, Trev, and Corey.
Okay.
And then when I got older and had kids, Linda babysat for my kids.
Were you close to Trevor, Trenton, and Corey?
I wouldn't say close. We all got along. We all cared about each other, but I was always closer with the girls.
And so were you aware that the boys' bedrooms were in the basement?
I don't believe so.
And that's where you spent the time then with your children?
Yeah.
Were the boys ever present on the weekend in the basement with you?
Not normally with me, but they hung out during the day with my children.
Did you know that Todd and Linda were having marital problems at the time of the fire?
Yes.
And you weren't there that weekend, correct?
No.
You said you hadn't been there for about a month?
Correct.
You never lived in that house?
No, I did not.
When you lived with them, that was in a house in Portage?
Correct.
And you never lived in the County Road 215 house?
No, I did not.
How many times were you at that house in County Road 215?
Numerous.
Was that every weekend, you said?
Yeah, every Friday, every Monday, times in between.
Did you go from the time they started building the house until the end?
Yeah.
When did you make a copy of this video?
I never actually made the video. I was ordered to make the video and decided not to because of the condition of the home. It would have been an issue in my custody battle.
When did you make it?
I didn't make it.
When did you see this? When were you going to make this video?
In 2005.
In 2005.
Correct.
And you never told anybody, well, let me ask you this. You remember testifying in 2010, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, I do.
And you never testified about any smoke detectors or anything at that time?
No, I did not.
And you said that the Stermer family used the fireplace many times?
Yes.
Were you aware if they used the upstairs fireplace many times?
I'm not aware of that.
Did you go upstairs?
I haven't been upstairs.
So you described your relationship with Linda as pretty close?
Yes.
Did she ever tell you about Chris Williams?
No.
So in the 6 months preceding the fire, you had no idea that she had a boyfriend? Is that a no?
That's an I'm sorry.
Isn't it true that you had an on-again, off-again relationship with Ms. Stermer?
I mean, I guess we've always been friends, but did we reach out every day and speak? No.
There are times that you weren't friends?
We've always been friends.
Times that you'd fight with her?
Of course.
So you said that, let me ask you, the driveway you said was made of gravel, correct?
It's clay.
And then I think you had said that there were stones?
Depending on which part of the driveway, like when you started towards the road, it would get worse as you got closer to the house.
And would you agree that the driveway was an incline up to the house?
Yes.
And so you said that you got stuck in the driveway, and so then that's why you would go down the hill and park in the backyard?
It wasn't really a backyard. I mean, but yes, that's what I did. I parked down there every time I brought the kids. The slider patio door was like 20 feet away from where I park. I'd unload my 3 kids, get their overnight bags, take it inside.
And then you would go up the hill to get back on the driveway?
I would reverse out until I could turn my car back up the driveway.
From the backyard?
From the back, yes.
And you'd go up the hill?
Yes.
And you said your kids went there almost every weekend up until about a month before the fire?
Yes.
And they stayed in the basement and played in the basement?
Well, they didn't stay in the basement, but that's where I remember doing the majority of stuff if we weren't outside, yes.
Where'd they sleep?
They had couches and stuff set up.
In the basement?
In the basement.
So the kids slept in the basement?
Well, I don't know.
You don't know where your kids slept?
I don't recall where they slept, sorry.
Are you still close with Ms. Stermer?
Yes.
Would you say anything to keep her out of trouble?
No, I wouldn't lie.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Charlie, any more questions over there?
Ms. Griggs, just for clarification, when referred to the fireplace upstairs, it's actually the living room, is that right?
It's in the living room, yes.
The living area?
That is the living room, yes.
So it's a living area and a basement?
And a basement, yes.
Okay, all right. Thank you. And this driveway or the area that you refer to that's sandy or muddy, is that something that's consistent, or is it just when there was very inclement weather?
Yes, that was only if it was wet. Any kind of wetness, a light sprinkle of rain, a light snow, could be heavy rain, heavy snow, but if it was wet, it was slick.
But you could move in and out of it though, right?
Yeah, you can. So sometimes I would get stuck in it.
Okay. But you didn't have to have a tow truck
No.
to pull you out of it.
You
though.
kind of rock your car back and forth and rock yourself out of it.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Jury, do you have any questions of this witness? Question from the jury, no objection from the lawyers. You had testified that you and your kids had been at the Stermer home every Friday to Monday from 2004 to 2007. Why not the last month before the fire?
Job changed.
Thank you. Counsel, any questions in light of that question? She said job change. Any questions? Any other questions, jury? May she be excused from her subpoena, counsel?
No objection.
Yes, Your
Okay.
Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. You're all done. And
Robert James Trenkle, Trenkle.
thank you. Mr. Mueller?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Trinkle.
Good afternoon.
I'm going to ask you some questions today about your work in this case. We'll just get into that in a second. Can you tell the jury what it is you do for a living, and then we'll get into how you and I got together on this case.
Okay. Yeah, I've been involved in the fire service since 1966. At that time, I became a trial firefighter for the city of Detroit, and went through a 6-month training program. 320 hours were in theory, book learning, how fire propagates, how it progresses, and how to suppress it, and how the causal factors of it. And stayed in there, well, in 1967, the next year, 6 months later, we had a huge riot in Detroit and had innumerable arsons. So my goal was to be a fire investigator. And I tried to join I did join the Detroit police, but I found out after I got hired that the fire department is where the arson squad was, and I commented that where the guys carry guns and badges and they have no uniform, they're in plain clothes. Yeah, they're from the fire department. So I went back and kept my job there, and after 4 or 5 years, I went from the fire division to the fire marshal's division, where I, after 6 months training again, became a fire inspector. Had to learn about building construction, codes, flammable liquids, storage, all kinds of different things that relate to fire inspection for fire safety, basically.
Can I stop you right there? What's the difference between being a fire inspector, for example, and a firefighter?
For the firefighter?
Yeah.
Okay. Being a firefighter, we work 24-hour shifts. We responded immediately to any alarm that came in for our particular engine houses. I think back when I started, we probably had maybe 80 or 90 different stations. Not the same today. But we were the 5th largest city in the country, just 100,000 behind Philadelphia back then. And eventually we were known as the murder and arson capital of the world, which wasn't too good. So it gave me a lot of experience. But as far as going from firefighting to fire inspection, you work in a 5-day, 8-hour shift there, and we had 2 shifts, days and afternoons, and different shifts would have different responsibilities. For example, I talked about flammable liquids. Any place that had flammable liquid storage, any vehicles, tankers that would come through the city, we'd have to inspect every one of those, tag them so they were cleared for the year. Building construction, when buildings were built, we had to make sure that they were properly built as far as fire safety. We go hand in hand with the building inspectors. They take care of a lot of the other things. Electrical inspectors would take care of theirs. Plumbing inspectors would take care of theirs. In fire, we would take care of ours, make sure that they were conforming to the fire safety codes. As a portion of the fire investigators, I was in charge of, for a year or so, all the hospitals and all the schools in the city of Detroit. They have special needs too, or special requirements, and so I had to learn about that. And in those facilities, if the arson squad was really busy, we would fill in for them on those two that we had jurisdiction on, and once we found that the fire was an arson, we'd turn it over to them. We'd like capacity in the afternoon shifts. We'd go into bars and restaurants and make sure that their exits were open, everything was, their fire extinguishers were up to date, and they didn't have anything that was dangerous that we'd potentially have to close them down until they fixed it. Sometimes we did close a couple places down for whatever deficiencies they had, because we didn't get to them all the time. There were others that were like torch burner units in a repair garage. We had to inspect, there were several different entities we inspect annually, like the hospitals, like the schools.
This is all with the city of Detroit?
Yeah. Well, there were, Wayne State University had some of their buildings outside of the city, and we'd go inspect them also, probably jointly with, I remember Southfield for sure. Wayne State had a pretty big facility there, and we jointly inspect that.
Can I stop you there and just ask, you've got, as a firefighter or a fire investigation expert, you've got special skill sets in fire suppression, tactics, and strategy?
Yes.
Tell us what background you have that makes you have subject matter expertise in that.
Other than college level classes, actual practical practical application, through the course of being in the firefighting division, I was mostly in a ladder company. There are fewer ladder companies than engine companies. We put aerial ladders up, break holes in the roofs, and ventilate buildings so the fire guys on the engine would be able to go in without, well, not without, there's still in excessive heat and things like that, but if we vent through the roof, excuse me, through the roof, we're able to allow them to come in, and it kind of lights up the fire. Sometimes there's not enough oxygen, so when we open the hole in the roof, it's safe. I mean, you've probably seen the movie Backdraft or heard of it anyhow, and that was something that never could happen, but backdrafts do happen. I didn't mean it that way, but backdrafts are because of bad fire suppression operations, or when a structure has been smoldering for a long time. If you open a door on a horizontal plane, there will be an explosion and you can get hurt. By venting at the top, you won't. So all those are fire tactics and strategy. And back in the 60s, there were classes for associate degree programs by the community college, and I took all the courses they had to offer at that point, and tactics and strategy was one of them.
Let me just stop you there if I may.
Okay.
In terms of tactics and strategy, you go through a lot of training as a firefighter to determine what are the proper tactics, what are the proper strategies.
Sure. The 320-hour course we had in the beginning of our being a firefighter, much of that was regarding how to go into a fire, how to fight it. Like you may have heard the 2-in, 2-out practices.
Why don't you explain that for us? The ground rules, the rules of thumb for fighting fire.
Right. None of us were ever supposed to go into a fire alone.
Why
there
not?
are other occasions if we saw an individual that we may have been able to save. Sometimes the guys would, go in and do it without having a partner there. One of my buddies got burned pretty bad doing that, and fortunately we were there to back him up with water and pour water on him. But he ended up not staying in the department for what happened to him. But sometimes we think we're Mr. Asbestos Man. I guess we could go in because other people can't, and we have some equipment, but it's not going to stop the heat penetrating and fire still getting to us. And back in the old days, we didn't have any self-contained breathing apparatus. We had MSA filtration type masks. It was harder to breathe with that than it was just going in and facing the fire.
Mr. Trenko, can you give us an idea of the training that you're taking to handle fires? Give us an idea of if you're inside a burning building, what the atmosphere is like, what the risks are, those kind of things. Just the overall.
Okay. Well, say 2 guys go in with a fire hose, fire line we call it, Used to be 1.5 inches, now it's 1.75 inches that we carry in. But when I started, it was 2.5 inch line, and you couldn't even make it turn. If I brought in that door, it'd be hard for me to turn toward you because there's so much water and so much pressure. So eventually we evolved to at least having 1.5 inch line separated into 2.5 inch line. And we were able to maneuver very much with that, but having 2 people in, again, 2 people out. But you learn the basics of fire and how it behaves naturally. Fire is governed by fire science, so fire physics, fire chemistry, fire dynamics, and it's altered by certain other things like ventilation, firefighting suppression operations, all those kinds of things can change.
I'm gonna object. I think he's giving like expert testimony without actually going through his qualifications.
He's going through his training, Your Honor, but I'll try to shorten this up. Thank
Shorten
you.
it up, please.
Mr. Trankel, can you give us an idea of the dangers that you face as a firefighter that you trained against and why you're training for that?
Well, I guess asking it that way, I have to start explaining, but if I just go to the fire tactics and strategy, maybe I can explain it better that way, unless...
No, just the dangers that you're facing when you're inside a burning building.
You face death all the time. You know, you don't know you're going to come back out. Normally speaking, we think we are. Through the course of my time in the Detroit Fire Department, we lost, well, during the riots, one guy was shot, one guy was electrocuted, well, one guy died.
Your Honor, I appreciate Mr. Trinkle's war stories, but...
Yeah, they're interesting, but I don't think they're relevant. Thank you.
Mr. Trankel?
Yes.
You are certified as an origin and cause expert, right?
I am.
And how many hours have you taken training in all aspects of firefighting? Not firefighting, fire investigation, I should say.
All the things that we were talking about qualifying, you know, thousands of hours.
Are you also certified by organizations?
Certified by the Detroit Fire Department when I was there for fire investigation, fire inspection, the International Association of Arson Investigators, which I sat on the Training and Education Committee for 10 years and still participate.
Is that, I take it, international, it's a worldwide organization?
Yes.
And you have to go through a lot of training to become certified?
Yes.
Okay.
Certification.
Go ahead.
Certification takes a lot of background for them to approve you by your training and by your knowledge and testing and all of that.
What other organizations are you certified by?
The National Association of Fire Investigators also, and I'm board certified through the Certification Committee for IAAI.
Have you taught fire investigation tactics, fire investigation origin and cause?
Yes.
Tell us real quickly when and where.
Well, we had in Detroit, I got in the arson section in beginning of 1974. At that point, there were a lot of other jurisdictions like Michigan State Police. They didn't have their own academy. They came down to us and trained. We trained them on an afternoon shift and a midnight shift. So they got hundreds of fire incidents of exposure, trained them not only just with the physicalness, but also the book learning part of it. We also trained ATF, FBI, trained in a lot of different other areas through the course of my earlier years. And then...
let me stop you. Have you trained people overseas?
Yes.
Where?
Auckland, New Zealand, Morton and Marsh, England.
And have you trained people in various states in the United States?
Yes.
Okay. How many times, you're now in this fire origin and cause business for how many years or decades?
By doing fire investigations exclusively, 71 I started in fire prevention, but exclusively doing nothing else except fire investigations has been since 1974.
Since 1974, how many times would you say you've been qualified as an expert witness in various subjects relating to fire investigations?
Into the thousands, but I will put it better. Less than 2,000, more than 1,000.
Okay. In state and federal courts?
Yes.
In Michigan?
In Michigan and many other states.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I've got Exhibit P is in Paul. I'd move for the admission of his CV, Exhibit P, and move for the admission of Mr. Tranquil, or the certification of Mr. Tranquil as an expert, fire investigation, fire suppression, fire inspection, and fire forensic analysis, I should say. Fire investigation as fire suppression tactics, as a fire inspector in building, fire origin and cause, and as a fire forensic analyst.
Thank you. Mr. Blair?
Well, I haven't heard anything that I think justifies fire forensic analyst, Your Honor. I've never actually heard of that.
Happy to do that right now. Take a couple minutes.
Okay, you can lay a foundation for
Sure.
this fire forensic. I haven't heard anything on that either.
Do you have subject matter expertise in terms of fire forensic analysis? And if you do, tell us what it is and what's your background in it.
Okay, well, forensics usually means that there's going to be some kind of court case or whatever, either civil or criminal, and that's the forensics part of it. And fire, obviously, we're talking about what I've done for most of my life, 58 and a half years and more. And the analyst part of it is I'm analyzing a lot of times other people's investigations prior to mine. Even actually when I had 7 investigators, 2 engineers working for me years ago, and I would have to analyze and make sure their reports were correct, or not only correct, that they could present with all the physical evidence what they had to say in their reports. Otherwise, they had to go back and do something else, same as I had to do in the arson squad.
Is that relating to documentation?
Yes, I mean the whole totality of the fire science and fire investigations and being involved in court cases, looking at other people's reports and to evaluate how they did what they did or didn't.
Okay. How long have you been doing that?
Last probably 20 years or more.
Okay, move for the admission of Mr. Tranquil as an expert in fire forensic analysis.
I've heard no expertise or testimony that would warrant him being an expert in conducting analysis of other people's reports. That's not exactly a scientific field, Your Honor.
That's called peer review, Your Honor.
Well, that's not an expert field.
And under 702, by virtue of his education, training, and work experience, he is certainly qualified to talk about documentation and proper methods.
I'm going to allow him as an expert in the other fields. I'm just a little confused about what the latter one is, but certainly he can testify as an expert if he's going to opine.
Thank you.
On the case. Mr. Blair, you're still standing. I didn't know if you were
No. I just wanted to make sure. So in case the court had any other questions, that's why I was still standing.
Okay.
Stand up, sit down.
So I think I move for the admission of Exhibit P, his CV.
Mr. Mueller, this is actually tendered in its entirety to me in discovery. The CV.
The CV, that's Exhibit P in your book.
Okay, that's what I want to make sure. Thank you. No objection.
Okay.
I know.
That exhibit into evidence and acknowledge his testimony as an expert, as noted.
Thank you. We've only got a little bit of time, so I'll keep this brief and to the point. You were asked by me to do work on this Linda Stermer fire investigation case?
Yes, after I'd been involved in it before.
You were involved with it in other aspects, correct?
Yes.
All right. Then you and I met roughly about 2019, that sounds about right, end of 2018?
Probably, I'm not sure, but 5, 6, 7 years ago, whatever it might be.
And what is it I asked you to do in terms of fire origin and cause analysis?
To look at all the documentation in any fire. Are we speaking this case or all cases?
Okay. To determine, obviously the house was gone by the time you were involved, right?
Yes, in this instance, yes, it was already gone. I was out at the remains, which was just a cement slab, which was the basement, and portions of the walls that were on the side.
Okay. We're going to probably get into it a little bit more tomorrow, but I want to just kind of briefly touch on what did you review in terms of Mr. Leroy's excavation, what type of data did you collect to determine whether he did a proper excavation or anything at all?
I'm going to object as to foundation, Your Honor. I don't think he's asked him what he reviewed, everything that we're jumping way ahead here.
I just asked him what you reviewed. What data did you collect?
I think a little more foundation, please.
You were asked to review Scott Leroy's work because you couldn't do your own investigation. The house didn't exist, right?
Right.
And you were asked to review his report, his photographs, right?
Yes.
Did you review other folks' photographs?
Yes.
Who?
James Shinsky, who worked for the insurance company, who's retired Michigan State Police, and the adjuster, Len McHugh. I saw his photographs, and he had his report, I read just the fire part of the report, but a lot of it was for structural damage and all that, so I didn't go into all that.
One of the things you adhere to is the scientific method.
Yes.
Okay. Just ask if you can just very briefly, I'll put up exhibit, it's already been marked Exhibit D, and if you can just kind of take us through the steps.
Are you asking me?
Just a minute.
Okay.
Yes.
I see it, I just didn't know if you wanted me to bring mine out.
Familiar with the scientific method, sir?
Yes.
How important is it in the type of work you do?
It's extremely important. It's an integral part of what we do. In the fire service, we basically use that as our base, but what we really call it is the systematic approach, which covers exactly all the things that are there. But when it says need the problem, you have a fire, you have to go investigate it, and then you have to collect data, analyze that data, formulate hypotheses by what you've found, and continue that process with all the different data that you have until you look at every possible cause for a fire and analyze each and every one of those potentials. And if you can't disprove more than one, you've got to determine the cause as undetermined. And if you come to one and only one possibility, nothing else could have caused this fire, then you have a reliable, sound cause for the fire, if you've covered all the bases properly.
What's the premise of the scientific method? Reliability?
It's one of them, yes, to come down to the truth of what happened.
Well, when we're talking about analyzing data, developing a hypothesis, testing the hypothesis, you see how it just kind of circles back and forth? It's an iterative process?
Right. As I said, you do it over and over again. It sounds crazy, but when you're going to a fire scene, in your mind, you're looking at building on the exterior and saying, well, I know it didn't happen over here, so we got to look over here. And in the continuum like that until you get down to the area where you can definitely define the origin.
In terms of the scientific method, you listened to Mr. Leroy testify last week.
Yes.
Would you say that collecting data is the most important step?
Yes. If you don't collect data, you can't analyze it.
And if
you can't test it.
You can't develop a hypothesis?
Correct.
Yeah. Would you agree with Mr. Leroy that if you don't follow each of these steps in a systematic fashion, then you don't have a reliable methodology?
I'm going to object, Your Honor. I think he's leading his witness.
Okay. Did you hear Mr. Leroy testify regarding improper methodology?
I heard him testify to proper methodology and then improper methodology, yes.
Did you hear him testify regarding garbage in, garbage out?
I believe you asked him that question, or one attorney asked him that question, and he concurred.
And what does that mean to you as an expert?
It means you didn't properly do your investigation, and if you make a determination without having all of the information, your determination is invalid.
Okay. Unreliable.
Unreliable.
What would you say in terms of if your methodology is unreliable, what happens to your opinions?
If your methodology is unreliable, I don't see how you could make a reliable decision or conclusion.
So it really all starts with collecting the amount of data you need?
Objection, leading.
This is continued leading, Mr. Mueller.
What does it depend on to have an objective methodology? Where does it start?
Well, you have to, by following the scientific method, you have to make sure that you collect anything and everything that may have a relationship to the origin first and then the cause thereafter of the fire.
And part of that is collecting data, is excavation.
Objection, leading, Your Honor. I understand he's maybe not used to asking direct questions, but we need to follow the protocols.
Sir, how important is excavation in the process of collecting data?
Well, it depends on how bad the fire is. You know, what excavation to me usually means, you know, an archaeological type dig, we liken it to that, to take layer by layer off of debris that, particularly if you have a house that's, or a structure that's partially collapsed or totally collapsed. But sometimes you have a small fire, say a careless cooking fire that doesn't go much farther than the top of the stove. You wouldn't need to do excavation there unless there was debris that fell from an upper cabinet or whatever.
How about if you have a death in a fire? Is that significant in terms of how you must do your excavation, or that you do it?
Well, you go to the little crazy expression like, you know, crossing your T's and dotting your I's and making sure that investigation is more thorough than you even could imagine. You take that extra effort to make sure, did I do this or did I do that, and make sure you do all of the potential things you need, because not only do you have property loss now, you have a human being that's no longer here.
And where does documentation fall in that importance?
The documentation becomes much more stringent, the higher level.
Okay. It's 4 o'clock here. I got maybe 2 minutes. Sure. Okay. In this particular case, did you review Mr. Leroy's documentation of his excavation?
What he had in his report and what he did, yes.
Okay. Did you come to some opinions in terms of his documentation of an excavation of this Stermer residence?
Well, his documentation, to start with, you know, had things in it that had nothing to do with anything scientific about what may have caused the fire.
Objection, Your Honor. He's asking about an excavation. He's going off on a completely different tangent here that's not even being asked.
The question is not responsive, so if you could ask the question
Mr.
again.
Crankle?
I'm sorry. I kind of thought I had to lead into that because...
I just want to know, for our jury, before we go home, do you have opinions as to the quality of the documentation that Mr. Leroy did in terms of his excavation?
Okay, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. There is very little documentation of what he did excavation-wise. There were some things that were, well, he declared the fire happened in the living room, and the living room's collapsed, so the evidence is in the basement level. And he moved some pieces of flue vent piping that I saw on the outside, and some furniture pieces, some springs, and some framework.
Did you hear his testimony regarding how much of the living room he did?
He said he did all of it.
Did you hear his testimony about how clear the floor was when he was done?
How clear the floor was?
Yes.
Usually if you're talking about clear, you've hosed it off with, you know, the assistance of fire apparatus or something like that. I don't remember him saying. I don't remember him saying.
Okay. So if you could try to just respond to the question that's asked of you.
Are you aware that Mr. Leroy did his excavation and investigation on the 8th, the day after fire?
That was what he said.
Okay. Are you aware that Mr. McHugh, you reviewed Mr. McHugh's photographs that we saw earlier?
Yes.
On the 10th?
Yes.
And are you aware of Mr. Shinsky's photographs on the 15th?
Yes.
Are those pieces of data that you collected to arrive at opinion?
All those things help, yes.
When Mr. Leroy said that he conducted a full excavation of the 18 by 18 living room based on your review of Mr. McHugh's photos, Mr. Shinsky's photos. What is your opinion as to whether that is true?
There's nothing in the photographs that show he did.
Any other documentation?
What do you mean?
Like notes, reports about the excavation?
No.
I think it's 405, Your Honor. Probably a good place.
Jury will call it a day for today. Counsel, can you approach, please? Confirm that we're still on schedule, as I told you originally in the case. So I'm going to send you home